Chapter 1096. Leap! The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tied under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame. Together with the huge elephant skin, they formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fan Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Taichio, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides, these two factors prevented Taichio from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Fan Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fan Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Fan Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fan Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Water path down marks! Fan Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of water path down marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water down marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fan Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dong Fang Naganori's tribulation, for example. However, the primordial ruin bat's corpse had already been modified by Dong Fang Naganori, so Fan Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the Super Gu formation of the Earth Trench, Fan Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense down marks on them, and they even produced a halo of down marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of down marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fan Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of down marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fan Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of down marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these water path down marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet. There were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate. There will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fan Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's down marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's water path down marks would dissipate. The surrounding down marks would also be pushed out. Water path would dominate. Eventually, the surrounding water path down marks and the remaining water path down marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged. The remaining water path down marks did not decrease. Instead, they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Fan Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Fan Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Fan Yuan's heart thumped. He turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic. It quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose. It was a messy scene. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He thought. It seems that Shadow Sect's information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by Providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set. Even if Providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Fan Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect. It was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Fan Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Langya gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Fan Yuan stopped moving. He stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Fan Yuan. Some stayed in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered, rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in. Fan Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious. It discovered Fan Yuan. Thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the goo immortal's tribulation. Right now, Fan Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the Hairy Man Path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Propitious Qi danced in the air. Profound sounds echoed endlessly. With Fan Yuan at the center, a huge rainbow-colored whirlpool formed. It was like mist, like a tide. It was grand and beautiful. The whirlpool continued to expand. It expanded outwards in an orderly manner. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow aurora. Some were buried deep in the soil, some were left on the ground. There were even more phantom goo worms that stayed in the air. Some were engraved in the air. They could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms moved at lightning speed. They were arranged. Fan Yuan was the main provider of immortal essence. The one who set up the formation was an immortal goo. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It looked like a round plate, similar to the ceramic plates used in the mortal world. Right now, it was quietly floating above Fan Yuan's head, controlling all sorts of goo worms. The entire process of setting up the formation lasted for more than 6 hours. Only when the sun set and the sky turned dark red did Fan Yuan put away his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo were arranged. All the immortal goo were retrieved. All the goo worms. They formed a mysterious and complicated goo formation, hidden in this world. When it was not activated, even Fan Yuan could not detect it. Such amazing attainment! Fan Yuan sighed. He had benefited a lot from this formation arrangement. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had great insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great Grand Master attainment level, they can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to set up formations. This goo formation is the same. This reminds me of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Empress Jiuhua. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formations. 10,000 rays of multicolored light, magnificent and extraordinary. Most importantly, she and Long-Hair Ancestor were from the same era. Oh, more accurately speaking, Long-Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this teleportation goo formation is the result of a transaction between Immortal Empress Jiuhua and Long-Hair Ancestor. Fan Yuan guessed. The goo formation was set up. Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating this goo formation. According to his vigilant nature, he would naturally inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation seemed to be the work of a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Fan Yuan wanted to check if there were any flaws. He did not have the ability to do so. The goo formation slowly activated. After about 5 minutes, the first step was completed. Light and shadows flew, forming an illusory formation that covered the surrounding leaf. Fan Yuan was at the center. He could hear the sound of tides becoming more frequent. But there was no formless obstruction around him. This goo formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder land spirit of Langya chose this location to set up the goo formation. Goo formations that can teleport goo immortals are very rare. Even though this goo formation can teleport, the activation time is too long. It cannot be used to escape quickly. Fan Yuan evaluated in his mind, before activating the crucial immortal goo in his immortal aperture. The power of this immortal goo spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding light and shadows gathered towards Fan Yuan, turning from phantom to solid. They gathered around Fan Yuan and condensed into a lump. Fan Yuan suddenly felt an intense pressure. But in the blink of an eye, the huge pressure vanished without a trace. Boom! With a loud sound, the lump of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fan Yuan had already vanished without a trace. After a long while, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. I'm at Langya Blessed Land? Fan Yuan's body shook, his vision was filled with all sorts of colors, the world was spinning around him. Suddenly, he felt his feet touching solid ground. He looked again. His vision was clear. He was back in Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge goo formation. He had come into contact with this goo formation long ago. Back then, when he was transported from Fengbo Cliff's goo formation, he landed here. Fan Yuan had a deeper understanding. It seems that this is the main formation. The goo formations in Taichio and Fengbo Cliff are the sub-formations. To activate the super goo formation, the crucial immortal goo is needed. This is the key. Land Spirit of Langya's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1097. The matter of entering Taichio and setting up the teleportation goo formation ended with Fan Yuan successfully leaving. Land Spirit of Langya did not mistreat him. He was rewarded with a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these contribution points, Fan Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal goo recipes in Langya sect's treasury. Langya sect had 3 true inheritances. They came from the 3 legendary great experts, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Long Hair Ancestor. They did not have any transformation path true inheritances, but Langya sect had a huge number of immortal goo recipes, including many transformation path immortal goo recipes. However, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to use his sect contribution points to exchange for them. He chose to keep these sect contribution points for himself for the time being. Now was not the time to exchange for transformation path immortal goo recipes or refine other transformation path immortal goo. The time was not ripe yet. After the secret transaction with Shadow Sect, as well as his trip to Taichio, Fan Yuan had a clearer understanding of his current situation. Even though he successfully set up the teleportation goo formation, allowing him to travel between Langya Blessed Land and Taichio. But Fan Yuan did not want to enter Taichio again. It would be too dangerous if he went there again. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power has already dissipated. Even if I can use it again after some time, it is not safe. Heavens Will could also think. Previously, he had caught Heavens Will off guard. Moreover, the goo formation cannot be concealed. Providence also knows about this. It will definitely influence the surrounding desolate beast groups, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Providence wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan did not need to guess. Next, Providence would definitely surround the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse in Taichio. They would set up all sorts of traps. It was better for Fan Yuan not to go there. However, even if he did not go, Langya sect would go there. Since the land spirit of Langya has accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man-gu immortals to cultivate transformation path as well. To cultivate transformation path, one needs to refine transformation path immortal gu. And refining immortal gu requires immortal materials. Langya sect's treasury is rich and has many immortal materials. But the previous land spirit of Langya had already been in charge of the blessed land for many years, and was most diligent in refining gu. Even though there were many immortal materials in the treasury, most of them were rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials. But rank 6 and 7 immortal materials are rare. Therefore, the land spirit of Langya. Not long after, they would issue sect missions to encourage hairy man-gu immortals to go to Taichio and kill desolate beasts. On one hand, it was to gather immortal materials to refine gu, on the other hand, it was to train the hairy man-gu immortals' battle strength. Especially the second point, which has always been the biggest worry of the land spirit of Langya. Let these hairy man-gu immortals become my lackeys. Providence could think, even if they were being targeted. It would be better than me being targeted by Providence. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though Langya sect's overall strength was many times stronger than his, at this moment, he had become the chess player. And Langya sect had become his chess pieces. Even more amazing was, even though Fang Yuan schemed against Langya sect, it was also for the sake of Langya sect's development. Thus, he would not go against the alliance agreement that he was bound to. This is the difference in information. The difference in levels. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used, the advantage that information path gave gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Fang Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Langya Sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Information path gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Ing Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The Ancient Soul Sect gu immortal who fought with Ing Wuxia stopped in the air, looking down at Ing Wuxia with disdain. Leave him alive! Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other 2 gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Ing Wuxia suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no! The 3 Ancient Soul Sect gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Ing Wuxia purposely lost. He wanted to lure the 3 immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The 3 Ancient Soul Sect gu immortals reacted quickly, but Ing Wuxia had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the Super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The 3 Ancient Soul Sect gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies, they could not move. Next, under the 3 immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the Super Gu formation's power. Even though the 3 immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Humph, I will collect some interest from you first. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly. His gaze was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth abyss began to tremble. Blinding light shrouded everything within a few thousand li. So fast! How long has it been? The celestial court has already deduced my location and teleported me. Ing Wuxia was shocked. But soon, his heart calmed down. He flew into the Super Gu formation. The Super Gu formation had been used frequently these days. It had to resist the celestial court's deductions, and it had also forcefully killed 3 ancient soul sect elite Gu immortals. It could not bear the burden anymore. It was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. But Ing Wuxia did not care. He had already planned to abandon this camp. It could not be kept anyway. Master! Shinu appeared beside Ing Wuxia. Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan were also following him. The latter two lacked immortal Gu, their battle strength was at its lowest. The strongest was still Shinu, especially since Ing Wuxia had returned all of his immortal Gu to him. Tai Bai Yinxing looked at him worriedly. Fan Yuan, your injuries. Ing Wuxia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yinxing. It's fine. After the transaction with Fan Yuan, he lost Fan Yuan's body. Even though his appearance changed, he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yinxing. The excuse of his body being damaged by Gu refinement was perfect. It would not raise any suspicions. The enemy is here. It is inconvenient to speak. Let's go. Ing Wuxia willed. The Super Gu formation broke apart. The immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation flew into his hands. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding. They gathered around Ing Wuxia, standing in the east, south, west, and north directions. Before leaving, Ing Wuxia looked at the dense profound light in the sky. He suddenly laughed loudly, saying in a high-spirited tone, "This central continent, we will return sooner or later." After the transaction with Fan Yuan, he had struggled out of a desperate situation. He seemed to have been reborn. He was like a gem that had been polished from a rock. Although they were currently retreating, his words actually boosted the morale of the troops, giving them endless hope out of nowhere. Go! Intense light burst out from Ing Wuxia and the other 3 immortals. They were already familiar with this. They activated the immortal Gu that they had refined not long ago. The power that burst out fused together, forming a mystical effect. Boom! With a loud sound, Ing Wuxia and the others vanished. Meanwhile, several rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court had just arrived, shining with profound light. They left so quickly! The leader of the Gu immortals from Celestial Court was a female immortal. She had a slim figure. She wore a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her skin was white as snow. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was Fairy Myrtle. Her wisdom path attainment was not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, a troublesome person. She had attacked many times, forcing Ing Wuxia and the others into desperate straits. If not for Fan Yuan's help, Ing Wuxia would have died already. She looked at the messy ground, calculating with her fingers. She frowned. A total of 4 Gu immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fan Yuan was here, but now it has changed. No matter what, they are remnants of Shadow Sect, they must be killed. Her words were light, but if one listened carefully, they would feel a bone-chilling killing intent that was as cold as winter. One of the Celestial Court Gu immortals behind her spoke slowly. These little immortals cannot escape, this time. I will take action personally. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, but there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. It is not convenient for us to make a move. These 4 have already escaped to the regional wall. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. At this moment, they have probably already entered the regional wall. The Celestial Court Gu immortals were surprised. Someone said, "So fast?" This is an ancient battle formation. It is called omnidirectional travel. Back then, when Immortal Zombie Bo Ching woke up, he joined with Hairy Man Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and Blood Dragon Song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus Sect from the source of Falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, the ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores. It has lower requirements for immortal Gu. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again, before speaking slowly. Chapter 1098. Fan Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense traveled in the vast space of the immortal aperture. There were large areas of barren land everywhere. There are too few earth path Dao marks. These barren lands lack fertility. Most of the plants cannot be grown. To improve from the root, I need to add more earth path Dao marks. Other than that, other methods are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Fan Yuan thought to himself. The sovereign immortal aperture's space was too big, it was beyond common sense. Even with Fan Yuan's divine sense, it would take a long time to completely cover it. However, when Fan Yuan inspected the immortal aperture, he had a focus and a target. This greatly increased his efficiency. Several wisps of divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, the scenes of the resource points that Fan Yuan was managing appeared in his mind. Western desert, the land was mostly deserted. There was a huge pit, the temperature was very high, the soil in the pit was burnt black. In the pit, there were many eerie fire dragon pythons. They were intertwining and reproducing. This was the most primitive pit. Originally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in families. They lived in 2s and 3s. But here, Fan Yuan used the unique rearing method of Northern Plains Dongfang tribe. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, causing them to produce even more young snakes. This batch of eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land. And the rearing method was obtained by Fan Yuan from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Not only was it 100% original, it even had all the details and guesses. With the two together, these eerie fire dragon pythons reproduced very quickly. A few li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was no less than the number in the first primitive pit. It is less than a month in the 5 regions, but here, time is accelerated by 60 times. The number of eerie fire dragon pythons has increased by 4 times. Fan Yuan nodded to himself. 60 times, this was a terrifying time-flow ratio. The eerie fire dragon pythons were placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was a long period of time, but there was not much improvement. The results of incubation were incomparable to what Fan Yuan was seeing. This was because Hu Immortal Blessed Land was located in the outside world of the 5 regions. The flow of time was much slower, causing the growth of the resources to not be as good. It was the same for the eerie fire dragon pythons, the dragonfish, the regretful spiders, the arrow bamboos, and the star fragment grasses. However, in terms of growth, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, etc., it was no longer as lively as it was in Starform Blessed Land. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have as many star path Dao marks as Starform Blessed Land. When do immortals manage their immortal aperture, they need to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent any mistakes. Especially when the immortal aperture space was small, all kinds of resources were close to each other. It was easy for them to influence each other and make mistakes. Fan Yuan's condition was not bad. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's space was huge, all the resources had their own living environments, they were separated from each other. The probability of a problem occurring was very small. When the jewel yellow skies opens, I will sell these resources. The harvest will be very gratifying. Fan Yuan looked around and was very satisfied. The closure of the jewel yellow skies affected him greatly. He wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture more. But without the jewel yellow skies, many things could not be bought. Even though Langya's sect had a huge inventory, most of them were immortal materials for Gu refinement. For Fan Yuan, they were not very helpful. After dispersing the excess divine sense, only the main portion was left. It rushed towards Kokidahara. This time, Kokidahara was Fan Yuan's main focus. Roar, 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 on Kokidahara, a large number of snow monsters were roaming around. Especially towards the north, the weather got colder. There were even small snowflakes. On the ground, there was a thin layer of ice and snow. Fan Yuan observed carefully. The area covered by the ice and snow was much larger than the last time he investigated. It expanded a lot. These were the gains from the previous earthly calamity. During the first earthly calamity, Fan Yuan underwent tribulation in the icy plain. The calamities and tribulations were extremely fierce. Fan Yuan's gains were huge. He obtained a large number of ice and snow path down marks. Because of these down marks, there was the scene of snow falling in Kokidahara. Such an environment was very suitable for the snow monsters to live in. In the current Kokidahara, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fan Yuan had intended to keep these snow monsters as a resource to manage in his immortal aperture. But after the transaction, Fan Yuan understood providence. He decided to exterminate these snow monsters. The reason for that was because the bodies of the snow monsters were filled with heaven's will. Fan Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie flew up with a large amount of immortal essence. A large number of ghoul worms flew around it. Sword path immortal move. Triple sword wave. The ghoul worms were activated. Immortal essence was poured in. After a while, a huge wave burst out. Swish, swish, swish. Silver-white sword waves surged forward. Waves splashed out, emitting killing intent that was colder than ice and snow. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and shredded into pieces. The fragments were shredded into dregs. The dregs were cleanly washed away. Nothing remained. As for those desolate beast snow monsters, they were able to resist. But they could only resist for a few breaths of time before they were destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path was extremely powerful in offense. It was publicly recognized as one of the 5 strongest offensive paths in the current Gu Immortal world. Triple-layered sword wave was one of the more outstanding killer moves. Each wave of sword waves was stronger than the previous one. Back when Fan Yuan underwent tribulation, he relied on this move to kill the ruin bat formed from ice and snow. He barely survived. After 3 sword waves, thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters were killed. It was an impressive battle result. The thousands of snow monsters did not cause much damage to the sword wave. Most importantly, those 6 desolate beast snow monsters each lost a lot of their sword wave. Eventually, the 3 sword waves dissipated. Roar! Following a loud roar, a 70-foot-tall snow monster charged from afar. It was filled with endless anger. Following it were several desolate beast snow monsters and tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters. A huge group of snow monsters was charging forward majestically. Like an army sweeping through the battlefield, they charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan mobilized the strength path immortal zombie, turning around and running. His true body was outside now. He could only control this strength path immortal zombie to fight with his immortal essence and goo worms. This strength path immortal zombie. Fan Yuan had obtained it from blazing heaven demonis. His immortal aperture had already dissipated. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be placed on the immortal zombie. It was not safe in battle. Thus Fan Yuan chose to eliminate these snow monsters from afar. He also used a wretched guerrilla tactic. After one round, he would change locations. After another round. After that, he would change locations. The snow monsters made a huge commotion, but when they reached the scene, Fan Yuan had already escaped. He was nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters could not vent their anger. They raised their heads and roared, their voices shaking the surroundings. The ancient snow monster was furious as it threw snowballs everywhere. The huge snowballs were like shooting stars as they flew in all directions. Man was the spirit of all living beings. There was a difference in intelligence. This caused Fan Yuan to have the initiative. The snow monsters could only take a beating. After leaving a safe location, Fan Yuan's strength path immortal zombie stopped moving. It was resting for a short while. Even though this body was not injured, Fan Yuan had paid a price. The price was green grape immortal essence. Activating 3 layers of sword wave consumed a lot of immortal essence. And Langya sect contribution points. Because the immortal goo that formed 3 layers of sword wave were not just the core immortal goo wave sword, there were also other water path immortal goo. And these water-path immortal goo were borrowed by Fan Yuan from the land spirit of Langia. He naturally had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, activating 3 layers of sword wave was not a small cost. But now, Fan Yuan had a lot of assets. He had ample funds, he could bear the immortal essence expenditure. In terms of sect contribution points. Because of his previous trip to Taichio, he had obtained a lot of sect contribution points. In the short term, it was not a problem. After resting for a while, the snow monsters had settled down. Fan Yuan continued his slaughter. I need to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrives. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation makes use of them, I might die in the second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan had a clear idea. The calamities and tribulations of Gu immortals were always stronger than the previous one. Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity was naturally stronger than the first one. If there were still snow monsters left behind by the first earthly calamity, and they gathered together with the second earthly calamity, Fan Yuan's chances of passing the tribulation would be minuscule. That way, he would be in dire straits. This was not Fan Yuan's first operation. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, more than 10 days had passed. Almost every day, Fan Yuan had to kill snow monsters. A large number of snow monsters were dying, their numbers were shrinking, but there were still many left. Fan Yuan needed to work harder. But in a day, the more he attacked, the bigger the commotion would become. Even though the snow monsters did not have high intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than venting their emotions, their roars were also used to notify and warn each other. Fan Yuan attacked several times. These snow monsters were all alerted. They gathered under the protection of the ancient snow monsters and formed a defensive formation. Fan Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and stopped killing the snow monsters for the day. Without paying attention to the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan stood up. Flying out of Cloud City, he soon arrived at Luopa Valley. He started to cultivate his soul every day. Lord Fan Yuan? Elder Fan Yuan is here again? You are really hardworking in your cultivation, I am in awe. There were other Gu immortals in Luopa Valley. These hairy man Gu immortals were already familiar with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had taught them battle techniques. When Fan Yuan entered the valley, they greeted him. Fan Yuan also greeted them passionately. Thanks to the traitor's sixth hair, Fan Yuan was getting along well with these hairy man Gu immortals. After choosing a place and inspecting it, Fan Yuan's soul flew out and started to cultivate. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul caused his soul to tremble. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, he did not waver. After a long while, the hairy man Gu immortals who were paying attention to him retracted their gazes and conversed. He is truly a cultivation maniac. It is hard to imagine that he stays in Luopa Valley for 2 hours every day. Chapter 1099. Fan Yuan's soul was roaming around Luopa Valley. He did not roam too far away, he only stayed around Fan Yuan's body. Every once in a while, a wave of fog would drift over. Fan Yuan's soul was bathed in the fog. It was like a book soaking in water. It gradually loosened up. The more condensed the soul, the harder it is to loosen up. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times more condensed than before. It is improving at a godly speed. However, compared to spectral soul, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fan Yuan evaluated. He could not help but think of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul had the #1 Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely terrifying. Ordinary souls were like illusory shadows. They could only affect the mind at most. They could not affect pure physical objects. But Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely condensed. He could actually cover the sky with one hand. He could resist the grand tribulations. His prowess was deeply engraved in Fan Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, this memory did not disappear. I'm afraid that when Spectral Soul comes to Luopa Valley, this fog is useless against him. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered. He sighed to himself. When can I have his cultivation level? If Fan Yuan's soul had Spectral Soul's soul path foundation, even if the immortal zombie body had a powerful trap, he would not need to fear it. The fog floated over and dispersed. Soon after, a gust of wind blew over. Fan Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. The traces of wind were like steel wires, cutting apart his soul. The pain was even more intense than death by 1,000 cuts. It caused Fan Yuan's soul to tremble. But Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last for long. Fan Yuan could endure it. But if there were strong winds, Fan Yuan would wisely retreat. His soul would enter his body. With the protection of his body, the power of the Luopa wind would be greatly reduced. After this gust of wind, Fan Yuan's soul had shrunk by more than 30%. To be cautious, he chose to return to his physical body. Guts goo! Guts goo after guts goo shattered in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, turning into a mystical force that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The weakness and injuries caused by the cultivation just now simply vanished without a trace. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were holy lands for soul cultivators. With these two weapons in hand, Fan Yuan's soul Dao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His progress was extremely fast. Like this, after waves of fog and wind, Fan Yuan's soul was like iron and stone. After being tempered again and again, it became purer and more solid. But he didn't know when he would have the confidence to enter the immortal zombie body. About 2 hours later, Fan Yuan's soul began to feel restless. Fan Yuan wisely paused his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he walked out of Luopa Valley. 2 hours passed. This was the limit that Fan Yuan had found out after many times of cultivation. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects. Soul strengthening and soul refining were just 2 of the many aspects of soul strengthening. Besides that, there was a third aspect, pacifying the soul. Strengthening the soul. It could strengthen and strengthen the soul. Refining the soul could refine and purify the soul. Pacifying the soul was to pacify the soul and consolidate the results. The 3 complemented each other. Blindly emphasizing one aspect would only cause one to lose sight of the other. The gains would not make up for the losses. Among them, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu was the first choice for strengthening the soul. The most effective way to pacify the soul was Luopa Valley's fog and wind. And the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in the lake. The lake was in the door of life and death. According to legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had been lying drunk on the shore of this lake. The door of life and death is in Shadow Sect's blessed land. And Shadow Sect's blessed land is in southern borders Etian Mountain. It is currently surrounded by layers of the giant dream realm. Otherwise, I can obtain this door of life and death and have a taste of the convenience of cultivating the soul with all 3. Fan Yuan was only thinking about it. That gigantic dream realm was like a heavenly moat that obstructed them. Currently, he did not have the ability to cross it. Most importantly, it was the will of the heavens. Fan Yuan's every move was monitored by Providence. Even if he made a move in the future, Providence would be Fan Yuan's main target. Along the way, Fan Yuan did not return to his Cloud City. Instead, he went to the 12th Cloud City. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu Immortal 12th Heir. Elder Fan Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you asked me to refine. Come and check it. 12th Heir took the initiative to greet him warmly. Fan Yuan waved his hand, keeping all the self-will Gu, saying, Why do I need to check it? Elder 12th, I trust you. 12th Heir laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Before leaving, he held Fan Yuan's hands, saying gratefully, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Jewel Yellow Skies opens, I would not have the capital to buy any desolate beasts. We hit it off well. It is a win-win situation. I hope our cooperation will continue to be this pleasant. Fan Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course. 12th Heir replied straightforwardly. After the transaction, Fan Yuan returned to his Cloud City. Self-will Gu. In the quiet room, Fan Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand, muttering softly. This goo worm looked like a scorpion, and it was very pocket-sized. Its shape was quite special, it looked like a folded piece of white paper. In Fan Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light rustling sound as it crawled around the center of Fan Yuan's palm, its speed slow. Self-will goo's goo recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan was now a complete otherworldly demon, he was not affected by providence. Then other goo masters and goo immortals who were not otherworldly demons, how could they resist heaven's will? How could they prevent it from silently influencing them? Shadow Sect's answer was self-will goo. This was a wisdom path goo worm, it could produce a special will called self-will. Using self-will to cleanse one's body, one could effectively guard against providence's influence. This was the essence of Shadow Sect's research on resisting providence. It was the result of a long period of experimentation. After Fan Yuan obtained self-will goo's recipe from the transaction with sixth hair, he started to refine this goo worm himself. But the results were not high. He was not a refinement path expert, it was hard for him to achieve much by himself. Especially when his time and energy were very precious, he could not spend too much on goo refinement. Earlier, he refined change form immortal goo because it was too important. But self-will goo was only immortal goo, Fan Yuan had a huge demand for it. Thus, after hesitating for a while, Fan Yuan decided to give self-will goo's recipe to Langya Sect's hairy man goo immortals. They could help Fan Yuan refine goo. The price of inviting the land spirit of Langya was too high, there was no need for it. Langya Sect's hairy man goo immortals, other than sixth hair, were willing to work for Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan was already familiar with them, they were even on good terms. Most importantly, Langya's sect was built with sect contribution points in mind. After Fan Yuan completed his trip to Taichio, he had a large number of sect contribution points. They were what the other hairy man goo immortals needed. 12th hair was the only one. Fan Yuan even asked the other hairy man goo immortals for help. He kept the goo refinement costs very low. This did not require much effort on Fan Yuan's part. The hairy man goo immortals were simple, and most importantly, these hairy man goo immortals were skilled in goo refinement. They were averse to fighting, thus, they all wanted to take on Fan Yuan's task. And this batch of self-will goo that Fan Yuan obtained was not the first. After storing self-will goo in his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan inspected the other goo worms. He showed great trust and generosity to 12th hair, but he was a vigilant person, he would inspect the goods carefully every time he received them. After all, Langya's sect had a traitor like sixth hair. Fan Yuan did not know that sixth hair was the only traitor left. He was very careful, he was wary of sixth hair and other possible traitors. He spent a lot of time inspecting them, but it was incomparable to the time it took to refine these mortal goo. After inspecting them, Fan Yuan could not help but nod, he showed a look of praise in his eyes. These were refined by hairy man goo immortals after all, the quality is really satisfying. Fan Yuan sent these self-will goo into his immortal aperture. More accurately speaking, he sent them into Kokidahara. Next, he used them one by one, expending all of these mortal goo. A large amount of self-will washed through the earlier battlefields, cleansing the remaining providence goo. Other than the providence goo and the snow monsters, there was nothing left in the battlefields. Even though these self-will goo are good weapons to deal with providence, they have many flaws. Firstly, their ranks are too high, each one is rank 5, and they are single-use goo worms, they are gone after one use. Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. He was filled with suspicion. This self-will goo recipe should be a defective product. Even though Shadow Sect traded with me, they might have even better goo recipes in their hands. It is a pity that I wanted too many things in that transaction. I had already done my best. I was unable to extort a better goo recipe. Like this, Fan Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture. After that, he used self-will to cleanse providence goo. At the same time, he used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than that, he squeezed out all his free time to give pointers to other hairy man goo immortals. Secretly, he familiarized himself with his immortal goo and practiced killer moves. The closure of jewel-yellow skies also had a huge impact on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Fan Yuan was looking forward to the opening of jewel-yellow skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Langya sect's invasion of Taichio had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man-gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Taichio through the teleportation door. These hairy man-gu immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation gu formation. Chapter 1100. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first cloud city, the land spirit of Langya invited Fan Yuan to sit down. "Come, Fan Yuan, drink some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea." The land spirit of Langya smiled enthusiastically. Fan Yuan received the cup and saw that this cup of tea was bright red and emitting light. After careful observation, there was a rainbow light inside, like a swimming fish, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and down, jumping around happily. Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. His horizons were very broad. Normally, good tea needed to be savored and tasted lightly. But this tea was an exception, it needed to be drunk in one gulp. The most important thing was that rainbow light in the tea. Only after drinking it into the stomach could one be considered to have truly tasted the fire rainbow tea. Fan Yuan held the cup and looked at the tea, but did not drink it. His body was outstanding. At once, thoughts flashed in his mind, and his thoughts scattered everywhere. The current land spirit of Langya liked to drink fire rainbow tea. But the previous land spirit of Langya liked to drink cloud smoke tea. The difference in the two types of tea also reflected the different natures of the two land spirit of Langya. And one of the main ingredients of cloud smoke tea was the float ball tea grass. This was the plant that Tai Bai Yunxing mainly planted in his blessed land. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky. It was very extraordinary. The float ball tea grass was considered high-end, it grew in the sky, it was very difficult for mortals to pick it. But in northern plains, there was a very amiable and down-to-earth type of tea flower. It was called milk tea flower. This kind of flower grew in large numbers in the grasslands of northern plains. In some places with abundant water plants, it could be seen almost everywhere. There was a huge number of them. The flower's shape of the milk tea flower was the shape of a cup. Every few days, the cup would be filled to the brim with overflowing flower juice. The flower juice was sweet and delicious, attracting countless wild bees and butterflies to drink it. At the same time, these bees and butterflies were used to spread the seeds of the milk tea flower. Of course, ordinary people could also drink it. Gu masters living in northern plains, and even mortals. Almost all of them had drunk this natural drink. Actually, tea and wine, be it in northern plains or the other four regions, were very popular foods. In the southern border, there were blue ocean cloud tea bricks for sale. The origin of this tea brick was not the southern border, but the eastern sea. The Yi family, one of the super forces in the southern border, was inextricably linked to the eastern sea. Every year, they would sell an uncountable number of blue sea cloud tea bricks to all parts of southern border, earning a huge amount of wealth. In Zhongzhou State, there were even more varieties of tea. Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Shadow Dragon tea, they were famous teas. There were also some teas that were specially made by Gu immortals. Only the Gu immortal knew how to make them. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil Tea, Feng Jioga's Jade Sea Tide Tea, and so on. When the land spirit of Langya saw that Fan Yuan did not drink for a long time, he coughed and could not help urging, "Elder Fan Yuan, quickly drink, quickly drink. You might not know. It is the key to drinking this fire rainbow tea." Fan Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard of fire rainbow tea for a long time, but when I picked up this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of other things and became absent-minded." The land spirit of Langya. "Then Elder Fan Yuan, what are you thinking of? Is it the recent situation of our Langya sect in Taichio?" "Not that." Fan Yuan smiled, casually saying what he had thought of in his mind. The land spirit of Langya had a disappointed expression. he reluctantly added. You are the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn. Your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they were all spread and spread through the food path. Oh? There is such a thing? Fan Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture. His goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal goo. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal goo. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. It was popular for a period of time in history. But this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan learned of some secrets from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human goo immortal, but a beast man goo immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Fan Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human goo immortals had racial pride, but Fan Yuan did not. If hairy men could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that Land Spirit of Langia had a lot of understanding of food path, Fan Yuan quickly asked. Land Spirit of Langia revealed. Actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete goo recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea goo or wine goo. In this world, there are already many wine goo and tea goo. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea goo. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Fan Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big Smoke Tea Goo was a goo worm that could make goo masters addicted to it, and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many goo immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langia's answer made Fan Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langia did not know much. Moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. It is a pity that he is trapped in the super dream realm. He is wasting his time day and night. It is too difficult for me to target him. This thought flashed past Fan Yuan's mind. Land Spirit of Langia chatted with Fan Yuan for a while. Seeing that Fan Yuan's topic did not leave tea, he became anxious and said directly, Fan Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I invited you to tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Fan Yuan thought, looking at the Land Spirit. Please speak. Land Spirit of Langia was simple. His intention was already guessed by Fan Yuan. As expected, at the next moment, Land Spirit of Langia spoke. You know about our sex plan to excavate Taichio. Furthermore, you were the one who suggested this yourself. The teleportation goo formation was also set up by you. Precisely because of you. Recently, our goo immortals have been able to enter and leave Taichio smoothly. We have been modifying the environment and expanding the camp there. But now, there is a problem. Fan Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder wants to talk about that falling star hound? That's right. It is this damned ancient desolate beast. It has already injured several of our goo immortals. I have already set up a mission to exterminate it, but even though some people in the sect responded, they all failed miserably. I know that the only person who can defeat this falling star hound is you, Fan Yuan. But why did you not accept this mission? Land Spirit of Langia questioned him directly. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his reasons. It had already been over a month since the last earthly calamity. The second earthly calamity. It was about to arrive. Fan Yuan was preparing to deal with this earthly calamity now. But Fan Yuan did not intend to tell Lan's spirit of Langia about the earthly calamity. In fact, his sovereign immortal aperture's secret was also concealed from Lan's spirit of Langia. As long as it did not cause any damage to Langia blessed land, it would not violate Langia Sect's alliance agreement. This secret was Fan Yuan's trump card. Fan Yuan planned to keep it to himself. Of course, Shadow Sect knew about it. But Fan Yuan was sure that Shadow Sect wanted sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In that case, Shadow Sect would not publicize the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture. That would be creating more enemies for himself. Would they be looking for trouble? In Lan's spirit of Langia's opinion, Fan Yuan's revival was a very fortunate thing. Fan Yuan had a lot of excuses and explanations for the revival of immortal zombies. Because he knew many ways to revive immortal zombies. Fan Yuan had his difficulties, but he could not say it out loud. Lan's spirit of Langia nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was the Land spirit, he knew about Langia blessed Land's revival. Lan's spirit of Langia persuaded. You are really hardworking in your cultivation. But completing the mission is also helping you cultivate. Don't forget about your dog shit luck immortal Gu. If you want to feed it, you need to find 6 different desolate hounds. Use their feces to feed this luck path Gu worm. In the past, my previous owner used Jewel Yellow Skies to feed dog shit luck. But now, Jewel Yellow Skies is closed. Even if it opens in the future, I suggest you raise dogs in your immortal aperture. You only know how to cultivate, you know the benefits of doing so. Lord's words are insightful. Fan Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against Providence, luck path could be used. Fate. Fate. The former was fate, fate was set in stone and could not be changed. The latter was luck, luck was ever-changing and could be used. This precious information was one of the gains that Fan Yuan had obtained from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan explored and gained the attention of Providence, leading a beast tide to get rid of him. But at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan happened to find an immemorial corpse. It was a suitable location to set up the formation. Fan Yuan thought about it, and felt that this was not a coincidence. Dog shit luck might have played a huge role in it. Although this immortal Gu did not help in offense, defense, or movement, it seemed to be very useful in concealment. Giant Sun immortal self luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck, dog shit luck is one of the essences of the self luck true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court blessed land, connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven originate from it. It is a pity. Recently, Fan Yuan had a terrifying guess. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he not influenced by Providence? Was Providence using him as a pawn to destroy Giant Sun Immortal's all-living being luck true inheritance? For Providence, it was to take away surpluses and replenish deficits. Fate was the best method of Providence. After Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path was created and Giant Sun Immortal was born. Land's spirit of Langia straightened his upper body, calling out, Elder Fan Yuan, if you can complete this mission, be it killing or capturing the Falling Star Hound, the sect contribution points will reach 800. 800. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. Next, he thought for a while before replying, I refuse. Chapter 1101. Fan Yuan slowly flew to the sky. Before leaving, he looked at the majestic cloud city behind him again. His face was filled with bitterness. He let out a long sigh before turning around and flying away. Last time, he accepted the land spirit of Langia's mission to explore Taichio. The land spirit of Langia was very happy, everyone was happy. But this time, Fan Yuan rejected it. He did not accept the mission to take down the Falling Star Hound. Both sides parted on bad terms. In the Cloud City, the land spirit of Langia sat on the main seat, gritting his teeth. He suppressed his anger and picked up the cup. But before the fiery rainbow tea entered his mouth, he threw it onto the floor tiles. Fan Yuan, you rascal! The land spirit of Langia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he sensed the expression on Fan Yuan's face before he left. The anger in his heart eased slightly. Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, maybe you are really busy cultivating and have your own plans. But this concerns the development of Langia's sect. You are a member of our sect. At the crucial moment, why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect the sect's benefits? In the end, you are still an outsider. Not a hairy man-gu immortal. The land spirit of Langia thought of this as he squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. In his position, even if Fan Yuan did not want to accept this sect mission, the land spirit of Langia could not force him. He created Langia's sect. The alliance agreement restricted all of its members. But the alliance agreement did not stipulate that the members could be forced to do missions that they were not willing to do. Of course, when Langia's sect faced a huge crisis, this rule would disappear. But now, Langia's sect was only in Taichio. It had nothing to do with the crisis. If Fan Yuan was not willing, the land spirit of Langia could not think of a solution. The land spirit of Langia could not sit still. He stood up and paced around the guest hall. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head in contemplation, feeling vexed and frustrated. His frown deepened. If Fan Yuan isn't willing to take action, then what should we do about the falling star hound? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. The land spirit of Langia itself was absolutely unsolvable. They had left Langia blessed land. The other method was the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. But land spirit of Langia had the crucial formation Immortal Gu. In the current situation where Refinement Cauldron was damaged, this was a powerful method to protect Langia blessed land. The land spirit of Langia didn't want to hand over Heavenly Giant Solar just because of this. What if there was an accident? The land spirit of Langia was very clear about this. Sigh. Could it be that they were going to end up like what happened before Fan Yuan left? Those words of persuasion. Why don't we use this falling star hound as a whetstone to raise the battle attainment of the hairy man-gu immortals? Land spirit of Langia sighed. Fan Yuan flew in the air, his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Intense winds blew at his face, the sound of the wind resounded in his ears. His heart was cold. The bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fan Yuan knew, in this Langia blessed land, the land spirit of Langia was almost omniscient, its investigative abilities were very strong. Otherwise, he would not have collected so many lifespan gu. This was because Langia blessed land had too long of a history. It had a deep foundation, it had countless Tao marks. This was why the land spirit of Langia was very outstanding in this blessed land. The other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langia's sect to help me cultivate. I am the chess player, Langia's sect is my pawn. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn? I would have to risk my life for Langia's sect? Humph. Taichio attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Fan Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation, he would not go to Taichio easily. He wanted to cultivate Transformation Path. He needed to refine Transformation Path Immortal Gu, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials, and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langia's sect was going to Taichio to obtain these things. Fan Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions. He would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Fan Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big, I am the biggest. Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langia's sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langia. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langia will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langia might not be able to tolerate it, he might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langyasek's strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal goo. Fan Yuan thought about it calmly. He analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langya. Their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake. Fan Yuan was wary of himself. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langya's sect. My goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will. It could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Fan Yuan knew that Providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, Providence used Fan Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself. It plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Gu Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qizai chased after Fan Yuan because Fan Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, weaker than him. If Fan Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Fan Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Fan Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fan Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you, the hairy man Gu master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fan Yuan received it, but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Gu master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked. All his hair was stripped off, all his secrets were exposed to the other party. From today onwards you will stay here, I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation, Fan Yuan said slowly. Thank you for your guidance. The hairy man Gu master immediately knelt on the ground, his body was shaking in excitement. Leave. Fan Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Gu master. After waving him away, Fan Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal Gu. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. It turned out that a few days ago, Fan Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fan Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th Hair wanted Fan Yuan to guide him personally. Fan Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow down marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The immortal zombie that Fan Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fan Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal goo. Fan Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal goo. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon, it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed, retreat! Fan Yuan immediately retreated. Logically speaking, with his current soul foundation, he should be able to easily crush a desolate beast snow monster. But this was not the case. Just like what Shadow Sect said, the life forms in Providence are not enslaved or controlled by me. Leaving them alive is the greatest threat. Fan Yuan sighed. Even though he had obtained this information from the transaction, with his personality, he would not give up until he tried it himself. If I could enslave them, be it to control desolate beast snow monsters, or even to sell them to jewel yellow skies, it would be good. Unfortunately, I can only kill them forcefully. Wait. Maybe I can use self-will to get rid of Providence first, then try to enslave them with beast enslavement immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a thought. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fan Yuan. Only its head was left. Roar! Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish. It roared at Fan Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts. They were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fan Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fan Yuan ignored it. He activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of Providence. Fan Yuan's self-will entered and collided with Providence. It was like fire and water colliding. They could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, Providence was pushed back. It was washed away by self-will. Boom! At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fan Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fan Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away Providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head. The cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was immortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fan Yuan himself. He used Langya sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fan Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fan Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster. It could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash Providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fan Yuan's Kokidahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fan Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research. Many immortal materials were filled with Providence. Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of Providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Fan Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even Providence had to be washed away, nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder. Fan Yuan could easily kill them, there was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with, he needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fan Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Using Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to activate the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death, it was extremely effective against ancient snow monsters. As for the triple-layered Sword Wave, it was a group attack. Against a single ancient snow monster, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And using Sword Wave triple-layered had a high cost. Thankfully, Fan Yuan obtained Strength Path Immortal Goo again, he could use Myriad Self again. Strength Path relied less on Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence. Myriad Self's first style, Strength Path Giant Hand, had a much lower cost than Sword Wave triple-layered. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan used Strength Path Giant Hand to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo to enslave a snow monster. After enslavement failed, the snow monster would be provoked and fall into a state of extreme anger. It would chase after Fan Yuan relentlessly. Fan Yuan immediately retreated and lured this snow monster far away, before using Strength Path Giant Hand to kill it. This way, the other snow monsters would be less likely to be alerted. Previously, Fan Yuan could gather the snow monsters after 3 or 4 attacks, but now, it was different, the efficiency was much higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would hate the Goo Master greatly. Fan Yuan made full use of this point. Previously, Fan Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too low level, and some wisdom path methods were useless against Providence. Thus, the beast enslavement immortal Goo that Fan Yuan borrowed was not completely useless. Days passed, there were less than 30% of the snow monsters left. There were less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, and went to mini-southern border in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At a certain corner, Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed. Even though I have an immortal zombie body, I can only look at it and not use it. Fan Yuan sighed, activating Self-Will Goo and starting to set up a formation. 2 hours later, a Goo formation with hundreds of Self-Will Goo as the core was successfully set up. This Goo formation was mainly used for sealing. Fan Yuan obtained this formation method from Shadow Sec's transaction. He used a large number of Self-Will Goo to seal Providence. Shadow Sec used this method to set up Super Goo formations all over the 5 regions. After inspecting it 3 times and confirming there were no problems, Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was lying at the center of the Goo formation, and the Goo formation had completely sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was originally sealed by Celestial Quartz Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang using a supreme method. Ingwu Xia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. Thus, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he could only transact with Fan Yuan. In the transaction, Ingwu Xia returned Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada to Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan obtained it, he found that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed. It could not even absorb water from the River of Time. It was getting weaker day by day, on the verge of starving to death. Fan Yuan had tried many methods, but found that this seal was too powerful, he could not even find out its origin. Helplessly, Fan Yuan could only give up on this for the time being. But not long ago, Rank 8 Restriction Path Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang's methods seemed to have been used up. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was suddenly undone. Fan Yuan knew that providence was hidden in spring-autumn cicada and could only be removed using refinement path methods. He did not dare to leave Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body outside. Keeping it in his immortal aperture was the safest. But Fan Yuan was worried that during the second earthly calamity, spring-autumn cicada's providence would be linked to the calamities and tribulations. Thus, this time, he set up this goo formation to seal providence, eliminating this threat in advance. 3 days later, the snow monsters in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were completely eradicated. Next, he used self-will to wash away all providence. For this, Fan Yuan had to pay a hefty price. Although Giant Hand's cost was low, after using it many times, the consumption would accumulate to a high level. Right now, Fan Yuan did not have much immortal essence on hand. The same was true for immortal Yuan stone. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fan Yuan had a lot of cultivation resources but could not sell them. Langya Sek's contribution points were also decreasing day by day. Even though Fan Yuan often gave pointers to the hairy man Gu immortals in battle, it was beneficial to him. But Land Spirit of Langya also learned from him. He had some thoughts and reduced the rewards for this mission. At the same time, he raised the reward for the Falling Starhound mission. Jewel Yellow Skies! Jewel Yellow Skies! When can you open it? Fan Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies while making more preparations for the second earthly calamity. There were still 5 days before the second earthly calamity. Fan Yuan completely washed away the providence in his immortal aperture before arriving in front of Dang Hun Mountain. Using myriad self-killer move and other methods, he changed Dang Hun Mountain beyond recognition. Next, he used Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo to stuff Dang Hun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, Fan Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this casually. But now, he had less to worry about. This commotion naturally attracted Langya Land's spirit to appear. He asked nervously, "Elder Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He was very worried. After all, Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Fan Yuan. It was not like Luopa Valley. If Fan Yuan wanted to take it away, he could not stop him. Fan Yuan had a glib tongue. He used the excuse that he had prepared long ago to leave Langya Blessed Land for a period of time. Land Spirit of Langya believed him. He wanted Fan Yuan to help him get rid of the Falling Starhound, but in the end, not only did Fan Yuan want to leave, he even took Dang Hun Mountain with him. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fan Yuan used this chance to expend all his sect contribution points. He also mortgaged Wisdom Goo to borrow many immortal Goo from Land Spirit of Langya, as well as a large number of immortal Yuan stones. He finally replenished his green grape immortal essence. Regretfully, even when Fan Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Jewel Yellow Skies did not open. Fan Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture, handing them to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Fan Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your immortal aperture. Land Spirit of Langya was surprised at the amount of resources. But in fact, this was only a small portion of what Fan Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Fan Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land Spirit of Langya was not a fool. He would immediately suspect Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Fan Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation goo formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, it contained countless reckless savage true meaning. But providence still existed. Thus, Fan Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Fan Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his immortal aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Chapter 1103. Fan Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair fluttered as he landed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokidahara. This time, he still intended to undergo the tribulation here. There were also some resources distributed in the other places. There was only ice and snow in Kokidahara. The snow monsters and providence had all been eradicated. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations' only target was Fan Yuan. Therefore, wherever he was, the calamity would occur. The immortal aperture was already planted in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time and the immortal aperture merged with the river of time. The flow of time was greatly reduced. The first was to check the arrangements. A large number of goo worms had already been arranged in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were related to the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Apart from that, there was also Dang Hun Mountain beside Fan Yuan. The current Dang Hun Mountain was already beyond recognition. Fan Yuan had done this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to suddenly teleport in while he was undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, this hidden danger was eliminated in advance. During the first tribulation, Fan Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, so he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain in. However, things were different now. With Pulling Mountain, Fan Yuan could move Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture alone. Otherwise, if he used other Hairy Man goo immortals, not only would he need to spend a sum of sect contribution points, the Hairy Man goo immortals would also enter the sovereign immortal aperture and expose this huge secret of Fan Yuan's. With landscape as before, there was no need to worry about Dang Hun Mountain being destroyed by the calamity. The more severe the damage to Dang Hun Mountain, the greater the damage. The production of guts goo was lower. After a round of inspection, Fan Yuan was sure that there was nothing wrong with the arrangements. Next, with a thought, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance opened. A large amount of heaven and earth chi passed through the door. They entered the sovereign immortal aperture. For a moment, it was a spectacular sight, like a surging tide pouring in. This time, I brought Dang Hun Mountain and increased the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Therefore, the chi of heaven and earth is much more abundant than last time. The chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. At the same time, Fan Yuan. He began to arrange all sorts of goo worms outside the immortal aperture. He had already set it up during the last earthly calamity. This time, Fan Yuan was even more familiar with it. Fan Yuan naturally had to use the immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Firstly, immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move could weaken the power of earthly calamities. Secondly, it could extract reckless savage's true intent to help Fan Yuan cultivate the transformation Tao. What was different from the first tribulation was that this time, many of the mortal goo that made up the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture were Fan Yuan's own. Moreover, he made some minor modifications to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move itself. Modifying the immortal tribulation tempering aperture was one of the preparations that Fan Yuan had made for his tribulation transcendence. Although his refinement path attainment was not high, his wisdom path was at the Grandmaster level. The current improvements were just icing on the cake, not essential. But as long as he continued to investigate, Fan Yuan believed that one day, he would be able to modify this killer move into a version that was most suitable for him. After all, Fan Yuan could not always rely on the Langia sect. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Langia. This was a huge price to pay. Fan Yuan modified the immortal tribulation tempering aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Langia's control over him. A moment later, Fan Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding thousandly tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Fan Yuan to successfully activate the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Fan Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, This earthly calamity was like the previous one. It was extremely powerful. It was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with. There was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky. Fan Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. What is that sound? Fan Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Fan Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded. A huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast. It crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding! Ding ding ding! The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers! Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding! Fan Yuan had just recognized the wind flowers when the next wave of wind flowers attacked again. There were more wind flowers this time, there were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Dang Hun Mountain one after another. Dang Hun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose. The shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fan Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters, but I can fly, I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson. They have changed their tactics and are using wind flower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fan Yuan's weakness. Fan Yuan's speed could not compare to the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Dang Hun Mountain this time, otherwise, I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fan Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before. He activated the time path Immortal Goo. The countless marks on Dang Hun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again, shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the immortal tribulation tempering aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Dang Hun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fan Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Goo Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out. Countless Fan Yuan occupied the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fan Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fan Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face. Using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Dang Hun Mountain. With change form Immortal Goo, Familiar Face returned to its original form. It became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fan Yuan used a large number of Mortal Goo to replace the effective change form Immortal Goo, causing Familiar Face to activate very slowly, and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fan Yuan did not stop. He used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to conceal his aura. Ding ding ding! A large number of wind flowers turned around and attacked the countless Fan Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased. Dang Hun Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fan Yuan's myriad self-phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fan Yuan activated myriad self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind. The phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fan Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fan Yuan phantoms. They concentrated their firepower and attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He felt Providence's sinister intentions. Dang Hun Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it. They are ruining my future. Fan Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Dang Hun Mountain could only allow Fan Yuan to maintain the stalemate. It could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword wave triple layered. Strength path giant hand. Fan Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast. His 2 killer moves were not very effective. Especially the strength path giant hand, even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly, it could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison breath. Fan Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out. Purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Poison breath was a killer move that he had modified from the wisdom path killer move harboring malicious heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Fan Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now! Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shui Yu!" This crescent moon was white as snow. Its white radiance caused the temperature of Dang Hun Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 1104. Wind Flower Tribulation and Snow Moon Tribulation, each was a type of earthly calamity. Wind Flower and Snow Moon overlapped to form a type of heavenly tribulation. Its power rose greatly, and the difficulty of the tribulation increased. The Wind Flower was extremely fast. It was hard to dodge, it was extremely sharp and hard to defend against. And the Snow Moon emitted cold light that froze Gu immortals. The two were a perfect match. Fan Yuan's heart was heavy. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path had become his main trump cards. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Sword Wave Triple Layered, they could allow him to erupt with rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. It was also possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What made Fan Yuan's heart heavy was not the heavenly tribulation, but the future development. Gu immortals' tribulations got harder each time. In theory, Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity should be stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was raised to the level of a heavenly tribulation. This increase was simply too huge. If this continued, how much stronger would the third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu immortal would face an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7. In total, that would be 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, not including the second earthly calamity, he still had 16 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations to pass. If it was the second earthly calamity, his calamities and tribulations would become heavenly tribulations. What future would there be then? At this rate, the earthly calamities would reach grand tribulation level. The Snow Moon's cold light shone on Fan Yuan's face, making him look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind moved and collided with each other, at a slower rate. The Snow Moon's cold light did not just slow down a Gu immortal's movement, it could also affect their thoughts. Fan Yuan quickly used Wisdom Path methods to protect his mind. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he could easily do this. That shouldn't be the case. In the transaction with Shadow Sect, Sixth Hair told me clearly that even though the earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to the increase. As long as it is an earthly calamity, it will still be limited to the level of an earthly calamity. Could it be? Is he lying to me? Selling me fake information? Fan Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. If it was a lie, then this was naturally a possibility. However, when Fan Yuan thought about it from another perspective, this kind of deception would not benefit the Shadow Sect at all. Because this was something that could be easily proven. Most importantly, Shadow Sect still wanted to capture Fan Yuan to reverse Refine's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Tricking Fan Yuan and letting Fan Yuan die under the calamity, wouldn't that be terrible? Or there's another possibility. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed for a while before he calmed down again. The wind from the outside. It whistled and rolled. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked at the distant sky, his eyes as dark as the night. Standing on the mountain rock, his white robe and black hair swayed in the wind. He looked like a lone wolf. Sword wave triple stack. Strength path giant palm. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful attack. The dazzling sword wave appeared out of nowhere, surging and pouring down. And the strength path giant palm tore through the air. It was heavy and powerful, pushing away the raging winds in the sky. Both pounced towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, like bees and butterflies that had smelled the fragrance of flowers, countless green wind flowers swarmed toward the sword waves and the giant hand seals. The extremely sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword wave and giant palm. Soon, the two attacks were completely wiped out. A strange phenomenon. Earlier, the wind flowers only cared about Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fan Yuan's sword wave and giant palm. They even took the initiative to dodge. But now, these wind flowers took the initiative to attack. Because Fan Yuan's attack target was Shuiyu, who was in the air. It seemed to be these wind flowers. As if they wanted to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence gave Fan Yuan huge pressure indeed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the wind flowers protecting the snow moon. But Fan Yuan's face flashed with excitement. Myriad self! Myriad self! Myriad self! The crowd roared, a large group of Fan Yuan phantoms spread out like a flood. Fan Yuan activated it 3 times in a row. In an instant, the empty Danghun Mountain became a sea of people. Countless Fan Yuans covered the sky, flying into the wind and jumping down the cliff. But different from the last time, this time, Fan Yuan's true body turned into one of the phantoms, and rushed out of Danghun Mountain. A large number of wind flowers came over. But there were too many phantoms of Fan Yuan, and the number of wind flowers seemed less. But Fan Yuan's phantoms could not fight against the wind flowers, and a large number of phantoms were quickly sacrificed. Relying on the clever cover of the phantoms, as well as the help of familiar face, dark limit, and so on, Fan Yuan successfully rushed into the air. It is time. Sword escape. Fan Yuan found an opportunity and suddenly used sword escape immortal Gu. He was like a white dragon in the river. He suddenly soared into the sky, breaking through the river surface and riding on the clouds. It was a stunning sight. He was close. Fan Yuan used triple layer sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Providence was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the remaining Fan Yuan phantoms. Fan Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the air. At the next moment, a large amount of reckless savage's true meaning poured down. Fan Yuan was like a withered tree that received rain after a long drought. He accepted all of the true meaning. In a daze, he seemed to have turned into a moon, floating in the air and quietly emitting moonlight, looking down on the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path did not just transform animals and plants, it also included mountains, rivers, wind, moon, and all other living beings. This wave of reckless savage's true meaning benefited Fan Yuan greatly. He laughed heartily, and his laughter gave people a feeling of contentment. It turned out that the so-called wind flower snow moon tribulation was only pieced together. it was not a complete heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was still limited to the level of an earthly calamity. No matter how furious Providence was and how much it wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan, it was useless. It was Providence, it had to obey the balance of the heavenly Tao. Intense winds howled, Providence was furious, it was humiliated and angry from being exposed. Countless wind flowers attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used myriad self again. A large number of Fan Yuan phantoms dispersed Providence's firepower. The wind flowers killed Fan Yuan's phantoms. This was a true massacre. But the effect was minimal. Fan Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms. He landed on Danghun Mountain again. With Danghun Mountain, it was a place that could be defended. It gave Fan Yuan some breathing room. Deactivating familiar face, Fan Yuan's body shook slightly. There was a deep wound on his back. Blood was flowing. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. But because of change form immortal goo, he managed to disguise his wound. It deceived Providence. My defense is still too weak. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use mana as before. Mana as before was an immortal goo, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, mana as before could only recover to his previous state. Fan Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air. He was injured. At that time, he could not use mana as before immortal goo. If he used his immortal goo aura, his identity would be exposed. Thankfully, the Tao marks in my body do not interfere with each other. Even mortal healing methods are very effective. Fan Yuan felt his huge advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, it was hard for goo immortals to heal injuries. Because they had Tao marks in their body, the obstruction of Tao marks would greatly weaken the effect of mortal killer moves. When using immortal healing methods, one had to consider whether the Tao marks would reject each other. Fan Yuan did not have this obstruction, and using mortal methods had another advantage: he could conserve immortal essence. This time, Fan Yuan's immortal essence storage was not as high as the previous tribulation. The biggest reason was the closure of jewel yellow skies. Cold intent assaulted him. Frost started to spread from Fan Yuan's forehead. Soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the whole of Danghun Mountain suffered the same fate. Fan Yuan raised his head. His pupils shrunk as he realized the situation was not good. Snow moons had appeared in the sky again, and there were 3 of them. The 3 times the cold light overlapped with each other, the cold intent became even heavier. Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods to protect his mind were no longer effective. He had to use other methods. His body also had to be protected. He used several defensive mortal killer moves. His body flickered with light, finally maintaining his body temperature. The number of snow moons and the speed at which they appeared were far beyond Fan Yuan's expectations. His plan of returning to Danghun Mountain to rest was in vain. Fan Yuan's heart raced. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized this was a moment of life and death. The longer he delayed, the more snow moons there would be, and the slimmer his chances of passing the tribulation would be. He had to retaliate immediately. He could not slack off. Otherwise, the opportunity was fleeting. Any delay would be like boiling a frog in warm water. His current predicament would turn into a hopeless situation. There would be no chance of survival. If it were other Gu immortals, they might hesitate. But Fan Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used myriad self again. Using the same method, a large number of Fan Yuan phantoms moved around, attracting a large number of wind flowers. Fan Yuan's true body was mixed among them. He flew into the sky without hesitation. Once he flew into the sky, the cold light's power rose rapidly. It was no longer suppressed by Danghun Mountain's soul path Tao marks. This was an intense battle. Fan Yuan wanted to destroy the snow moons. The 3 times cold light gave him more pressure than the wind flowers. And the worst thing was, the 4th snow moon was slowly forming in the sky. Meanwhile, Providence tried all ways to stop Fan Yuan. While he was attacking, a large number of wind flowers danced in the sky, attempting to kill Fan Yuan on the spot. 1, 2, 3 crescent moons were destroyed by Fan Yuan. The process was difficult. But more snow moons were forming at the same time. The cold light made Fan Yuan's heart turn cold, the cruel reality made his limbs shiver. His chances of survival were getting slimmer. Fan Yuan's expression was hard as steel. He could only puff out his chest and face the danger. Chapter 1105. Ding ding ding! A wind flower hit Fan Yuan's back. The defense on Fan Yuan's body was like a piece of paper, immediately torn to pieces. The robe on his back was torn to shreds, blood splattered and flesh flew. My luck is bad! Fan Yuan's heart sank. He had dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower flying towards him, attacking casually. But his true body was hit. As time passed, dog shit luck's protection became weaker. Providence's chances of finding the true body increased. Worse still, there was still Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Dark Limit Immortal Goo was activated once, protecting Fan Yuan and concealing his aura. Its effect was greatly reduced. Once this protection disappeared, it would be worse than losing dog shit luck. Time passed, seconds felt like years for Fan Yuan. He endured it bitterly. He had already lost count of how many snow moons he had destroyed, how many wind flower attacks he had suffered. Dog shit luck and Dark Limit's protection was weakening, but familiar face formed by attitude goo and change form goo was like a pillar, supporting Fan Yuan from start to finish. There was also Myriad Self, but at this moment, its offensive ability was no longer useful, it could only be used as cannon fodder. Providence was not a fool, it could think. After Fan Yuan's tactic became clear, every time Myriad Self was used, the time it could find Fan Yuan's true body was getting shorter. Fan Yuan's injuries were also getting heavier, he had no choice but to use Immortal Goo Man as before. But this way, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. He did not have much to begin with, but now he was running dry. Providence was high above, it controlled the earthly calamity, it was invincible. Fan Yuan was like an ant, struggling between life and death. There were more snow moons, Fan Yuan could not keep up. The situation was getting worse, Fan Yuan could not see any hope. But he did not intend to give up, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The wind was like mocking him for overestimating his abilities. The snow moons hung high in the sky, they were like cold gazes. Looking at a fly like Fan Yuan who was struggling in vain before his death, Li Tianlan felt that it was useless. Fan Yuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His white robe had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His blood and sweat had been frozen by the cold light. He was battered and exhausted. His black hair, which was originally flowing in the wind, was now completely disheveled. It was also broken into countless pieces, and now it was of different lengths. It made Fan Yuan look like a combination of a man and a beggar. His face was ice cold. He did not laugh wildly, nor did he shout. He was like a block of ice. He was about to be crushed by the heavens and earth, but he didn't utter a single word. In this desperate situation, he could only silently persevere. The sound of the wind died down. The power of the wind flower calamity was slowly fading away. He had reached his limit. There was a limit to the power of the earthly calamity. Even though Providence had enhanced it to its maximum level and was controlling it personally, Fan Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Very soon, the number of wind flowers decreased drastically, and there were no more gales in the world. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly, and madly urged his immortal essence. His target was still Shui Yu. Although the wind flower tribulation had faded, the snow moons in the sky also stopped forming, but there were still remnants of the wind flowers. There were quite a few snow moons left. It was a tough battle. Fan Yuan no longer had the strength to grit his teeth, his body was extremely weak. Myriad Self. Strength Path Giant Hand. Sword Wave Triple Layered. Familiar Face. His condition was not good, some of his immortal killer moves failed to activate at times. Each failure caused him to suffer backlash and spit out blood. The earthly calamity was already at its limit. Fan Yuan himself was the same. There was no point in escaping now. Not only could the wind flowers obstruct him, The snow moons could also fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too huge. The earthly calamity had not ended yet. Heaven and earth were not stable, it was impossible to retrieve the immortal aperture. Undeniably, Providence had planned for a long time and created the most suitable earthly calamity against Fan Yuan. The previous earthly calamity. Reckless Savage's true meaning split a portion of the earthly calamity's strength. This time, even though Providence could not avoid it, it affected Reckless Savage's true meaning, turning the portion that was affected into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the earthly calamity instead. The current situation. It depended on who could last longer. An hour later, Fan Yuan fell to the ground on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was almost completely depleted. Familiar Face could not hold on any longer, his mind was exhausted and had dissipated long ago. Fan Yuan expended a lot of effort and strength to destroy a large number of snow moons, but there was still one snow moon left in the sky. Relying on Danghun Mountain's protection, Fan Yuan was able to block the cold light. His body was covered in injuries, many of them were covered in blood-colored ice shards. Fan Yuan had no strength left, the frost on his body was getting thicker and thicker, gradually freezing him inside the ice. The final trace of wind lingered above the ice, carrying Providence. It wanted to watch Fan Yuan walk towards death. He had little immortal essence left, he had used an immortal killer move, but Fan Yuan suddenly showed the smile of a victor. I survived this calamity. At the next moment, the desolate beast Spinefin Star Dragonfish suddenly appeared. It swung its tail and smashed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement immortal goo. A few minutes later, the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fan Yuan immediately left Northern Plains. Not long after he left, two figures came out of the underground ice layer. This is the place. One of the figures carefully looked around before saying. The other figure cautiously twitched his nose and sniffed around. Then, he said with certainty, what we sensed just now wasn't wrong. Someone had just undergone tribulation here. There are traces of fluctuations in the heaven and earth chi. They have not completely calmed down. The two figures were blurry, they had evidently used methods to conceal themselves. However, since they knew about the calamities and tribulations, and could inspect them so clearly, they were definitely goo immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable in the past. There are only glaciers here, there is no land. The heaven and earth chi here is much thinner than other places. If goo immortals undergo tribulation here, they will expend even more heaven and earth chi. At a certain level, the glaciers will shatter and the earth will shake. One of the two mysterious goo immortals sighed, his tone was filled with worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise of our snowman tribe. We live underground in the icy plain, we have no conflicts with the world. Who would have thought that the human race wouldn't give up? They even want to encroach on our last piece of land. Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be younger, said indignantly. It turned out that these two goo immortals were not ordinary, they were variant human snowman goo immortals. The young snowman goo immortal continued. First Supreme Elder is too stubborn. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chudu back then. Look now, not only does Chudu undergo tribulation, others also come here. As time passes, our resting place will be visited by more and more goo immortals. The older snowman goo immortal sighed. Sigh. I can understand First Supreme Elder's thoughts. He is worried that the battle with Chudu will expose our existence to the world. Right now, the world is ruled by humans, their position is firm and unshakable. If we are exposed, all of Northern Plains human goo immortals will hunt us down. Are we going to let this continue? Are we going to let more and more goo immortals undergo tribulations above us? Actually, with our strength and fighting in the icy plain, as long as we plan carefully, it is not hard to kill a few human goo immortals. Of course, I admit that Chudu is very strong. To be safe, we can give up on him, but the other goo immortals can do it. If we kill a few people, who will know that we did it? Heh! Anyway, humans are in a mess internally. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators have never stopped fighting. The young Gu immortal said. Sai, you are right. We should report this situation to the people first. Let the other very high elders come over and discuss it. The two snowman Gu immortals discussed for a while before vanishing on the spot. Even though Fang Yuan was heavily injured, he did not stop, rushing back to Langya blessed land. If Providence wants to get rid of me, it is the best time to do so when I undergo tribulation. Not only can it increase the power of the calamities and tribulations to the limit, it can even control the calamities and tribulations personally. The most terrifying thing is that it can influence other existences and create human tribulations to trap and kill me. Fan Yuan firmly remembered this information in his mind. This knowledge was also a precious gain from his transaction with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etian Mountain half a year ago, he was a crucial human tribulation. He was a pawn for Providence to deal with Spectral Soul. Because of his personal experience, Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards the so-called human tribulation. What kind of existence was Spectral Soul? He had the help of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. He planned for 100,000 years, but was still defeated by Providence. Compared to them, what did he count as now? Thus, Fang Yuan did not care about his heavy injuries and directly moved. He moved very quickly. He did not give Providence any time to plan. There were no accidents on the way back. Fan Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. After reaching Langya Blessed Land, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew that he was safe for now. Next, Fan Yuan hid in his cloud city to heal his injuries. He also returned all the immortal goo that he had borrowed. A few days later, Fan Yuan's injuries healed completely. He recovered to his peak condition. He started to modify Dang Hun Mountain in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help to him in his tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible state. It was tall and majestic before, but after the tribulation, it was reduced to a small mound by the wind. Landscape as before. Under the effect of this immortal goo, Dang Hun Mountain returned to its original state. Only in this state could Dang Hun Mountain produce guts goo with the highest efficiency. Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and gave it to Langya Blessed Land. However, even though Dang Hun Mountain produced a large number of guts goo, the sales channel, Jewel Yellow Skies, was closed. Right now, there were a large number of guts goo in Langya Sect's treasury. They could not be sold. Fan Yuan was quite anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will occur. Its power will be even stronger than this one. If I do not make some breakthroughs at this stage, and my strength does not increase, I am afraid I will be in danger. But the growth of strength does not come out of nowhere. It requires all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when will it open again? Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path down marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Howl! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear's strength immortal goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path down marks. Even though I have changed form immortal goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path down marks are resisting change form immortal goo's influence. Transformation path goo immortals mainly had transformation path down marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of goo worms. Change form immortal goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish, and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this goo only had the form, it needed to be paired with other goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is in my body. I can only use the strength path immortal zombie to train in transformation path methods. But strength path immortal zombies have strength path Dao marks. It is very difficult to use change form immortal goo. But flying bear strength has the amplification of strength path Dao marks, the effect is better. Fan Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear, they were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation. He also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fan Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like strength path immortal zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fan Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fan Yuan had beast enslavement immortal goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fan Yuan had to return beast enslavement immortal goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement immortal goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large paw many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Fan Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned, and thought, "Did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity?" The shark fin wolf fled, and Fan Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation path Grandmaster. After Fan Yuan's blood path Grandmaster, strength path Grandmaster, wisdom path Grandmaster, and star path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Fan Yuan any help. The main reason why Transformation Path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Fan Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal, and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Fan Yuan, but after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Fan Yuan's Transformation Path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lolan's 10 Extreme Immortal Ascension, the last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level, he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a Transformation Path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fan Yuan was deeply worried. the calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fan Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous, he had only passed it. Along the way, the snow moon appeared. If not for Fan Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move. He had to rely on the desolate beast to pass. It could be said that Fan Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning. It even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Dang Hun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong's subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fan Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same, it also probed deeper into Fan Yuan's information. Currently, Fan Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dog Shit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu, as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain. It had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Fan Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the spine-fin star dragonfish and shark-fin wolf, feather man Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langya sex hairy man Gu Immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spine-fin star dragonfish, shark-fin wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. He is a variant human Gu Immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the sovereign immortal aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into tide by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Fan Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened, his cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu Immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu Immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu Immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Fan Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Fan Yuan's aptitude was strong, and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal Gu Fan Yuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Fan Yuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Fan Yuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him. But when would Jewel Yellow Skies open? Nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Fan Yuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Fan Yuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land Spirit of Langya had summoned Fan Yuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the falling Starhound. Fan Yuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land Spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Fan Yuan's mission of guiding the Hairy Man Gu immortals to the lowest point. Fan Yuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other Hairy Man Gu immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Fan Yuan. They even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fan Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for Jewel Yellow Skies to open, or should he change and adapt? Fan Yuan was facing such a difficult problem now. Chapter 1107. Fan Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Taichio seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya sect was developing in Taichio, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the falling Starhound appeared. It was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Fan Yuan was overthinking things? Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Taichio. Fan Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him. He did not want the world to be kind to him. He did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Fan Yuan calmed down. He waited for Jewel Yellow Skies to open. He had to consider everything. This was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass. Soon, half a month passed. Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth Hair was jumping around. The Hairy Man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fan Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Fan Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this, Fan Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide Hairy Man Gu immortals in battle. Because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture, and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Fan Yuan did not idle. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Fan Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect? It's not against the sect's rules, Why would Lang Yalan's spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest Grand Elder? The possibility is very small. Fan Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chu Du arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Tian Xia Xian. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely. You are truly an unworldly expert." In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were ink men. They had black skin and white hair. They were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human. He was dressed like an old farmer, and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he had deep wrinkles on his face, and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up, he was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu Immortal, he was like a mortal. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination Immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Chu Du, you think too highly of me. How can I be called the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains? There is always someone better than you, who knows how many capable people are hidden in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. I inherited old Immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, but I was not skilled enough and my foundation was exposed. In my early days I fought with Dongfang Naganori and lost to him by more than a little. Forget about the title of number 1, forget about it. This wisdom path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian was originally immortal, he could not even be considered a Gu master. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a huge immortal opportunity. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of the famous wisdom path great expert old Immortal Tian Yuan, and became a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori revived his tribe and led Dongfang tribe to rise up, he naturally had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xian inherited the true inheritance and became a Gu Immortal, his aptitude was ordinary, his immortal aperture was ordinary. His calamities and tribulations were not intense, and because of his nature, he did not have any ambitions. He had been cultivating at home, but Dongfang tribe's expansion disturbed his peaceful life. Even though Tian Xia Xian was unwilling, Dongfang Naganori was too domineering. After losing to Dongfang Naganori, he was chased out of Myriad Bean Garden and had to roam outside. While roaming, he interacted with other Gu Immortals, letting Northern Plains Gu Immortal world know about him. Later on, when Dongfang Naganori died, Dongfang tribe's headquarters were destroyed, countless cultivation resources were plundered by others. As a superforce, Dongfang tribe was like a red flower of the past, vanishing in a single day. Without Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe completely collapsed. Tian Xia Xian took the chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though his aptitude was ordinary, the true inheritance he inherited was very impressive. Northern Plains Gu Immortals respected him as the number 1 person after Dongfang Naganori. With Dongfang Naganori's death, he naturally rose and became the publicly recognized number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But he did not have any grand aspirations or ambitions, he was willing to be ordinary. He did not want to give up his mortal life after becoming a Gu Immortal. He personally went to the garden to farm every day. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge, most of the labor was done by inkmen. Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian's inkmen's slaves were famous in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Chu Du smiled, he walked in front of Tian Xia Xian. "Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be number 1 long ago and looked down on Northern Plains. Let's see who can match me in this world?" Tian Xia Xian squinted, laughing heartily. "Brother Chu, You are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions. I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Tian Xia Xian's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal Gu to Tian Xia Xian. This immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were shining with silver light. Tian Xia Xian's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly surprised. A profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself. This is flying sword immortal Gu. Bo Qin used it before. As expected of Tian Xia Xian, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fan Yuan, to draw out reckless savage's true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Fan Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Fan Yuan. He could only compromise with Fan Yuan. But after that, Fan Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Fan Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Fan Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fan Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He tribe storm. He went to find Tian Xia Xian. He wanted to use his method to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you, Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal style. Tian Xia Xian continued to deduce. After a while, he said, Good. This immortal Gu is still the target. Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location. Chu Du frowned. Only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high, Tian Xia Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in Northern Plains. He tribe. Fan Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. He tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed. It was not good. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Fan Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains' righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious. They tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Fan Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Qing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioga engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Qing abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. He was dealt with by Fan Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness dealt with Old Ancestor Shui Shan, both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demonis repelled He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders' Green City rampage, while old ancestors Shui Shan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody covered for Fan Yuan. Celestial Court exposed Fan Yuan's secret to the public. The truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan, but they could not deduce Fan Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Fan Yuan was a coward, he always stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan, and tied by Yinxing either. Fan Yuan was the main culprit, they were the accomplices. But they were following Ying Wuxia now. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating super forces and Huangjin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful, relying on their ancestor Giant Sun Immortals' blessings. They could bully Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, and play the Imperial Court contest game once every 10 years. It was quite exciting. All in all, the Righteous Path was prosperous. The Huangjin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The overall situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. All of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found, the accomplices could not be found, so they could only look for He Tribe. Who asked He Lulan to be a member of He Tribe? If He Tribe did not take the blame, who would? Chapter 1108. He Tribe is in such a situation, should I interfere? Fan Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He Tribe was a superforce, a Huangjin tribe, among the super forces of Northern Plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now. It was facing the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He Tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire Gu immortal world alone? Unless they had the protection of a rank 8 Gu immortal, but He Tribe did not have such a person. He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. To a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He Tribe could take out. Fan Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of He Tribe. In such a situation, there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fan Yuan had a huge advantage. He had the Gu immortal captive He Qing. He Qing was a Gu immortal. He was different from ordinary He Tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was deeply trusted by the 4 Supreme Elders. He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw. They could not split up. They could only delegate their authority. He Qing was the representative they were satisfied with. He Qing managed He Tribe's daily affairs. He knew everything about He Tribe. He Qing was in Fan Yuan's hands. He could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fan Yuan was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He Qing could not resist him. Right now, Fan Yuan knew a lot about He Tribe. He knew more about them than those Huangjin tribes that were fighting He Tribe. He knew more about them. He knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fan Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He Tribe that attracted Fan Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He Tribe Gu immortal. He was a famous historical figure. He had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated Time Path to rank 8 level. He controlled He Tribe, allowing He Tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top super forces. It was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He Tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, if He Luon became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level. Even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation. The tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fan Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fan Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fan Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Long Hair Ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya Immortal Aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After Long Hair Ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare, to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Bai Yunxing could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunxing in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunxing was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive, it is an important matter, how can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But He Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In He tribe's history, it was clearly recorded. When He Fan was alive, he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily. Their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of He tribe in history. Fan Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Qing. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury. Time flowed very quickly, she had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xian Er infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xian Er's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Qing and gave birth to He Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fan Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fan Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fan Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance. The more Fan Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal goo. I can conceal my aura. Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal goo to disguise my identity. I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fan Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu. There were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shi Ho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shui-Han. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fan Yuan assessed the situation. He felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other. It was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fan Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while. It could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fan Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fan Yuan for so long. Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fan Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This advantage was unparalleled. It knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fan Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little. He would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fan Yuan waited patiently, using Langya sex channels to understand the outside world's situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved. They had their own victories and defeats. There were endless schemes and plots. It was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way, the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation. They showed themselves. Of course, there were also people like Fan Yuan. They did not act. Several days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture. There is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian sighed. He had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chu Du showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Tian Xia Xian suddenly changed the topic. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was confused. Shortly after, he saw Tian Xia Xian return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at this Immortal Gu and said, This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint. It is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance. What? There is such a thing? Chu Du was greatly surprised, his heart pounded. Is this sword immortal Bo Qing's sword path true inheritance? Chapter 1109. No. Hearing Chu Du's guess, wisdom path Gu immortal Tian Xia Xian shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary pseudo-venerable Bo Qing. Chu Du was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chu Du's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Since Chu Du could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Fan Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tian Xia Xian knew what he was thinking. He urged, Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of. It has broadened my horizons. It is not ordinary. Chu Du's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Tian Xia Xian's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment, and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you? Tian Xia Xian suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Tian Xia Xian's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Tian Xia Xian. Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not mine, it belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him. The deduction of a wisdom path Gu immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often yearn for information path methods. Tian Xia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding. Even a Gu immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case, I was rude. Hearing Chu Du's direct rejection, Tian Xia Xian's tone was very dejected, but he still returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu was only a crucial clue for the deduction. It was not Chu Du's payment to Tian Xia Xian. Of course, Chu Du asked Tian Xia Xian to deduce for him. The payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Tian Xia Xian looked at Flying Sword Immortal Gu being kept in his immortal aperture by Chu Du. He sighed and said. Chu Du shook his head and laughed. No need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chu Du was known as the Domination Immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Tian Xia Xian was one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in Northern Plains. He might need his help in the future. How could Chu Du let go of this relationship so easily? This? Tian Xia Xian hesitated. However, Chu Du had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 Flying Sword itself could attract a Gu Immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Fang Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way, he had a higher chance of blackmailing Fang Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chu Du's heart burned intensely. Tian Xia Xian looked at Chu Du's departing figure, as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the Domination Immortal. Chu Du only cultivated Strength Path, while Tian Xia Xian cultivated Wisdom Path. But Tian Xia Xian could not muster the courage to deal with Chu Du's Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger. There was only the strongest Gu Immortal. There was no strongest Gu Worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu Worms were just tools. Time passed. Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He Tribe was gradually closing in. Like Fan Yuan had guessed, He Tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world alone. How could they have any chance of winning? Even though He Tribe's Gu Immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He Tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. He Tribe's headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this moment, He Tribe's Gu Immortals gathered together. They were gloomy and gloomy. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders were at the highest positions. He Qing was already captured by Fang Yuan. His good friend He Bai was injured. Besides them, there were 6 other He Tribe Gu Immortals. They were all rank 6. The atmosphere was very tense. The tribe is facing a great calamity. Everyone here is the backbone of our He Tribe. Tell me, how can we survive this calamity? First Supreme Elder spoke first, breaking the silence. But He Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at each other. No one spoke for a while. This was not the first time they had discussed this. During the previous discussion, they had spoken up enthusiastically. Someone suggested they had to retaliate strongly. Towards those who dared to extend their hands into He Tribe's territory, they had to punish and attack them severely. Of course, their main goal was to seek peace. Any kind of peace had to be fought. He Tribe's Gu Immortals were not fools. They naturally knew this principle. Unfortunately, even though the principle was clear, after He Tribe used it, they could not fight 4 hands. Even though they retaliated strongly, they were forced to retreat again and again. Right now, almost everyone in He Tribe was injured. There was even a rank 6 Gu Immortal who had died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the 4 of us making a mistake in cultivating Green City Rampage, we would not have been separated from each other. Otherwise, the current situation would be much better. He Tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He Tribe had few Gu Immortals. Most of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. As far as the surrounding forces were concerned, He tribe had few troops. Their battle strength was also not high. They could not control the situation. It is all He Cheng's fault. This person is the main culprit of our He tribe. What kind of daughter did he raise? She made such a huge mistake. He even lost the tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He deserves to die. A He tribe Gu immortal cursed in pain. That's right, that's right. He Cheng has committed a heinous crime. At once, He tribe's Gu immortals spoke up. Everyone was agitated. He Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was a huge mistake indeed. Otherwise, with Dark Prison, together with the 4 Supreme Elders' Green City Rampage, they would not be in such a passive situation. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark Prison was originally owned by him. He had lent it to He Cheng. But He Cheng had lost Dark Prison. First Supreme Elder was also responsible for his negligence. Normally, the 4 Supreme Elders trusted He Cheng deeply and let him manage the tribe's affairs on their behalf. He tribe's Gu immortals were cursing and criticizing right now. They were actually vaguely dissatisfied with the 4 Supreme Elders. It was just that they could not vent it out directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder finally lost his patience and said, "All right, at this point in time, the matter has already happened. What use is cursing? If the tribe's crisis of survival was lessened by these curses, I would have already cursed to the heavens. Everyone has the same surname He, we all have the same bloodline. If the tribe perishes, there will be no intact eggs in the nest. You should all understand the logic." Once he said this, the cursing subsided. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed. "Regarding the current situation, anyone can speak their mind." The immortals were silent. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was hard to have any effective countermeasures. "I have some opinions." At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. It was He Bai. This immortal cultivated woodpath. He had rank 6 cultivation level. He was called He Tribe's Rockman when he was young. He was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to He Cheng. They had a deep friendship. "Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, He Bai, have." The Gu immortals' words were sharp. They hated He Cheng to the core. Even He Bai was disliked by them. He Bai's expression did not change. He was like a rock. He spoke in a low voice. "I do not need to say much about the current situation. Everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu immortals, even Lone Cultivator Gu immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our He tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down. The survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things. We can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like He Cheng and He Lulan appeared in our tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed. Do you think the other Huangjin tribes will let us off easily?" A Gu immortal sneered and mocked. He Bai slowly shook his head. "The Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in Northern Plains there is one person who can help our He tribe escape this calamity." "Who?" He Bai slowly said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. "This is the wheat field that He tribe nurtured. It is quite grand." Gu immortal Lu Qingning floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly, "He tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. He tribe planted the golden wheat, and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang. he was a light path Gu immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. He Tribe's wheat field is already famous in northern plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for He Tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move. It was to lure out the other Gu immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu immortal, Guan Shenjiao, Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the Battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichio. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Shenjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu immortal. Guan clan was a superforce. Gold family? Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. 2 figures. One big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. My good grandson, the place we are going to is the Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The Gushing Spring Forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for He Tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Tao? This time, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you, the old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He Tribe's important place, what if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson. More than 10 days ago, He Tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He Tribe's important places outside. He Tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He Tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He Tribe are Lu Tribe, Guan Tribe, and Yao Tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these 3 tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He Tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts. We will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew. The grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no! The elderly Gu Immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing spring forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like gushing spring forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu Immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu Immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu Immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu Immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy, instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu Immortal Guan Xinjiao finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking enthusiastically with the other side, but he transmitted his voice to reject Guan Xinjiao. You are muddle-headed! Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago? Recklessly attacking. In the end, it caused an even bigger commotion. We could not protect the golden wheat field and were robbed clean by other demonic path Gu Immortals. This place hides a fragment of immemorial red heaven. It is an extremely important place. Who knows how many people are secretly paying attention to this place? But our Guan tribe and Lu tribe are considered to be local tyrants. That's why our two clans are competing openly. At this moment, we cannot be anxious, we cannot lose our sense of propriety and attack recklessly. Once we attack, the situation will go out of control, it will be easy for others to snatch victory. Guan Xinjiao was reprimanded. He could not help but feel ashamed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. My lord is right, Xinjiao was too rash. Eastern Sea, on an inconspicuous nameless island. Ingwu Xie Shenu He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yinxing appeared. This is the island. Ingwu Xie looked around, letting out a breath of turbid air. Fan Yuan, this should be the turbulent flow sea area, right? Tai Bai Yinxing guessed. He had once roamed Eastern Sea for a period of time. It was normal for him to have Eastern Sea mortal Gu that could tell directions. Ingwu Xie smiled. That's right. This is the secret camp that Master gave me not long ago. We will rest here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yinxing. Among the 4 Gu Immortals, only Tai Bai Yinxing did not know the true details. Ingwu Xie silently mobilized his thoughts. After a while, he waved his hand. Follow me. Instantly, a certain arrangement that was hidden here was activated. He Lulan's group's vision changed. When they focused their eyes again, they were already under the island. This place had already been excavated. A luxurious palace with 5 floors was in front of them. This looks like an immortal Gu house? He Lulan exclaimed internally. Shadow Sect was huge. They had arrangements all over the 5 regions. Even though they lost Etian Mountain, their remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next shocked her even more. The 3 immortals followed Ingwu Xie. Inside the palace. The palace door opened by itself, evidently acknowledging Ingwu Xie's identity and welcoming him. This is... so many immortal Gu! After entering one of the palaces, Shenu and Tai Bai Yinxing could not help but exclaim. Ingwu Xie smiled as he explained. The turbulent flow sea area has a great advantage. It gathers all kinds of water in the world, including the tributaries of the River of Time. Precisely so, even though this is not a blessed land, it is a rare treasure land in the 5 regions. My Shadow Sect had already found out the location of this tributary of the River of Time many years ago, thus we made arrangements on this island, digging out the island and placing an immortal Gu house inside. We could also absorb the power of this tributary of the River of Time to refine Gu. Thus, every once in a while, an immortal Gu would be refined. Tai Bai Yinxing had already guessed it. He could not help asking. Don't tell me, this immortal goo house is the legendary regret pool? Wuxia nodded before shaking his head. But for most parts of regret pool, even though it recreates the most powerful goo refinement ability of regret pool, its offense and defense are very weak. Moreover, once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Baiyinxing heard this and trembled in excitement. There are 3 pools in the world: Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the 5 regions and have left their names in history. To think that I would have the fortune of seeing Regret Pool today! He Lulan's knowledge was lacking. Her understanding of time path was naturally not as deep as Tai Baiyinxing. Refining immortal goo is extremely difficult. This regret pool can actually refine so many immortal goo with just one immortal goo house. Wuxia smiled as he explained. Regret pool is a time path immortal goo house. Its goo refinement ability can be huge or small. My shadow sex goo immortals can refine immortal goo here, and if they succeed, the success mark will be preserved here. When the immortal goo is destroyed, regret pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate is usually 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%? He Lulan was extremely shocked at such a high number. There are also many drawbacks. For example, after the goo refinement succeeds, the preserved mark will disappear, and the goo immortal will need to replenish it. Also, if not for the tributary of the River of Time hidden here, activating this ability will require a huge expenditure. It cannot be used often. Wuxia added. He Lulan still had some shock on her face. She looked at all the immortal goo in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Even so, it is extremely strong. Chapter 11:11. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated. There were more than 10 immortal goo in front of He Lulan and Tai Baiyinxing. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the two's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. He Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Fan Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path. If I use these immortal goo. Tai Baiyinxing's situation was the same. There was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Shirnu was silent. He was an earth path goo immortal. There were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Wuxia nodded. The smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus, Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dali, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet. He could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Dao marks of this path will not conflict with the Dao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Baiyinxing's eyes bulged in shock. Shirnu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. He Lulan narrowed her eyes. She suspected that Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses. Such a method has many drawbacks, right?" Wuxia laughed. "I guarantee that there will be no side effects." He took a deep look at He Lulan, but his gaze darkened. Naturally, he thought of Fan Yuan, and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, the Dao marks of the two sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow Sect's Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo could cultivate all Dao marks at the same time. They did not interfere with each other. Spectral soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless Gu immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago, the Shadow Sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had spent 100,000 years. They used up the entire Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But Heaven's plans supersede man's. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the crucial moment, Fan Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Fan Yuan had used rebirth. There were no more Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu in the world. In theory, it could be refined again. But to refine a second one, the price and risk was simply too great. Even Ing Wuxie did not have the courage to do so. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was basically extinct. Unless I capture Fan Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine. But now is not the time to deal with him. I need to strengthen myself first, gather the remaining forces of Eastern Sea, and save my main body as soon as possible. Ing Wuxie sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan's grudge had to be settled sooner or later, but there were priorities. Now was not the time to be entangled with Fan Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. It had been over a month since Fan Yuan's second earthly calamity. Jewel yellow skies did not open. There was no movement. Fan Yuan's plan to develop his immortal aperture was severely obstructed. He had no choice but to cultivate and deduce as much as he could. While paying attention to the chaos in Northern Plains, he also placed He Fan's true inheritance in his plan. There were only 2 months between the earthly calamities. Now, over a month had passed. In less than a month, Fan Yuan would face his third earthly calamity. This world was not long, but it was not short either. Fan Yuan could almost smell the aura of the calamities and tribulations. What made Fan Yuan worried was that the third earthly calamity would be stronger than the second. Up until now, his strength was basically no different from the time of the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, I can use Immortal Gu to delay the time in my immortal aperture. That way, not just the third earthly calamity, even the future calamities and tribulations would be beneficial. Fan Yuan obtained a lot of information from He Qing. He Fan's true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8 time path great expert He Fan. If he could inherit this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only would he become the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he would also be able to obtain many time path immortal Gu there. Many Gu immortal true inheritances only had immortal Gu recipes or immortal killer moves. They lacked immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of immortal Gu was a problem. It was hard to leave immortal Gu to the inheritor. But He Fan's true inheritance was different. Because the immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were all stored in his immortal aperture. The first requirement for a Gu immortal's immortal aperture to be developed was to satisfy the feeding requirements of their immortal Gu. Gu immortals like He Fan were equivalent to the current Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang. Their immortal aperture development was absolutely perfect. If Fan Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength would rise, even multiply. Once he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow, the dangerous situation would be alleviated. It would turn for the better. It would not be like now. He was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die. Over these days, with the help of Langya sect, Fan Yuan learned a lot about the chaos in Northern Plains. This was not to say that Langya sect was good at gathering information. On the contrary, because of the hairy man Gu immortal status, it was hard for them to gather information. They could not compare to Fairy Li Shan. The main reason was that the chaos in Northern Plains was too huge. It involved almost the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Their battle might be hidden from mortals, but to Gu immortals, it could not be concealed at all. It could not be concealed either. There was no need to gather information, it was all out in the open. Even though Fan Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he had been paying attention to the entire situation. He tribe was the scapegoat this time, it was too huge. They were already at the brink of impending disaster, and their clan was at the brink of extinction. Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Looking at the map of Northern Plains, He tribe was located in the southeast area of Northern Plains. It had a huge territory and controlled a large amount of resources. These resources attracted countless wolves and leopards. Initially, these bandits were still restrained, but soon, with huge profits, the demonic path Gu immortals started to fight. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths continued to intensify. The symbolic event was the battle between Guan Xinjiao and the earth-traveling heroes. Guan Xinjiao was outnumbered. His golden wheat field was snatched by two demonic path Gu immortals. Next, a large number of Gu immortals appeared. The demonic path Gu immortals were the earth-traveling heroes, Old Lu, Half-Moon Brute Master, and Zhuozhan. They plundered He tribe's resources. The situation was chaotic. The righteous path was caught unprepared. It was under such circumstances that the gushing spring forest suffered a destructive plunder. It was a pity that He tribe's hundreds of years of meticulous planning was lost. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly became vigilant. They started to come to a tacit understanding. Even when fighting for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, such an important resource, they restrained themselves and did not attack wantonly. The Gu immortal world had always been dominated by the righteous path. Especially Northern Plains' righteous path, they all had the Huangjin bloodline. They had the same origin. The demonic path Gu immortals' momentum fell. But soon, as half of the resources were divided, Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan, and other demonic path rank 7 experts appeared one after another, causing another round of chaos. It was unprecedented. The demonic path's momentum actually suppressed the righteous path. Initially, He tribe's Gu immortals split their forces to defend, but soon, after suffering, they gathered all their Gu immortal battle strength and hid in their headquarters, not appearing again. This undoubtedly encouraged the demonic path Gu immortals' arrogance. Of course, other than this, there were other reasons. For example, a long time ago, old ancestors Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, becoming the #1 person in Northern Plains Gu immortal world as a demonic path expert. And most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower caused immortal Gu to fly everywhere. A large number of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu immortals benefited greatly. After that, Qin Baixing held an auction, allowing many Gu immortals to obtain suitable immortal Gu. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This caused the strength of the entire demonic path and lone cultivators to rise by a lot. They could compete with the righteous path. I destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence has already spread to the whole of Northern Plains. The current situation in Northern Plains is completely different from 500 years ago. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Because of him, the whole of Northern Plains had changed beyond recognition. The other large regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fan Yuan had already lost a large portion of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he learned of Providence, he had some doubts about his rebirth advantage. Fan Yuan had been waiting patiently. He tribe had many resources that moved him. But he did not move. The most important resource in He tribe was He Fan's true inheritance. Fan Yuan was very clear about this. Several days passed. Finally, Fan Yuan received news that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. He Fan's true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters. It is time to move. Fan Yuan immediately left. He left Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation formation. Land's spirit of Langya supported his actions. After all, this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu immortal world closely. It was a good chance to find out the strength of the various forces. At the same time, if he was lucky, he could gain a lot of benefits. Land's spirit of Langya did not dare to send Langya sex hairy man Gu immortals there, but Fan Yuan was a pure human. He was extremely crafty, he was the most suitable candidate. Fan Yuan used the same method. Once he appeared in northern plains, he used dark limit and familiar face to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used sword escape immortal goo and blood torrent to travel. He moved very quickly, he did not encounter any trouble. Northern Plains goo immortals were all gathered at He tribe's headquarters. Fan Yuan had no obstructions along the way. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters were already in sight. Hey Fan's true inheritance, here I come. Fan Yuan thought to himself, but who could have thought that at this moment, jewel yellow skies would suddenly reopen? It was bustling. The reopening of jewel yellow skies made all the goo immortals who had been waiting for a long time burst out with enthusiasm. Fan Yuan halted his steps, falling into hesitation on whether to advance or retreat. A message came from jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan opened it. It was from Chu Du. Chapter 11-12. 2 days later. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky and white clouds. The surroundings were boundless, and a stretch of jade stretched for thousands of miles. 2 Yao clan goo immortals floated in the sky. They did not conceal their figures. They were openly displayed in front of everyone. The female goo immortal Yao Ju looked up, a smile appearing on her round face. The weather is really good today, I can't help but feel happy. Beside her, Yao clan's female goo immortal Yao Zihan sighed. The weather is good, we are in a good mood, but He tribe's goo immortals are the complete opposite. Purple light surged in her eyes as she looked at the empty grassland beneath her feet with relish. On the other side of the clouds, there were also 2 male goo immortals. Both of them looked like middle-aged men with thick beards. They wore armor on their backs, their arms exposed, and their muscles bulged. His feet were also without boots, and his trouser legs were also very high, almost revealing his knees. The only difference was that one's skin was charred black, while the other's skin was dark yellow. Only another Huangjin tribe in northern plains had such attire. That was the Meng family. Meng Ji's skin was dark yellow. He stared at the 2 Yao clan female immortals and said, That is Yao Zihan. The purple light in her eyes is clearly Yao clan's inherited killer move, purple jade eyes. This purple jade eyes is able to see through the paradise and heavenly caves. The Yao family can be said to be able to see through the situation of Iron Eagle Paradise. On the other side, Meng Si looked up and said casually, It's no big deal. When it comes to snatching, we'll have to talk with our fists. At this point, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the east. Multicolored light shot into the sky from the east. Golden splendor flickered as a magnificent palace slowly flew over. The Gong family is here! Amazing, they even brought their clan's immortal goo house Golden Dawn Hall. This shows how determined Gong clan is. The Gong family has always been like this, paying attention to extravagance. Let's not bother about him. The righteous path goo immortals conversed secretly. Most of the people's gazes were still focused on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He tribe's headquarters, a public blessed land. If the door was not opened, it would be impossible to see it from the outside world. Unless there was an immortal killer move like Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path goo immortals were waiting patiently. Because according to what they knew, the demonic path goo immortals had already joined forces. He was the first to attack. As it turned out, the chaos in northern plains had drawn out a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di. This person had high cultivation level. He had inherited a legend of northern plains in history. Earth path expert, old Earth's true inheritance. He had a way to break into the blessed land. As for Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was a public blessed land that was pieced together. Naturally, its defense could not be compared to ordinary blessed lands. Demonic path goo immortal Huang Di took the lead this time, gathering a large group of demonic path and lone cultivators to act together. If they fought to a certain extent, Iron Eagle Blessed Land would collapse sooner or later. This way, there were loopholes everywhere. Even if the door was not open, righteous path goo immortals could freely enter and exit. Fellow Taoists, Gong Er invites everyone to come to the palace for a chat, to fight against He tribe together. Outside Gong Clan's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an elderly rank 7 Gu immortal appeared. He wore a golden robe and spoke in a calm tone. It's that old bastard Gong Air. The clan's information is correct. It's really him. This Gong Clan wants to lead the masses? If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance. This is an old problem of Gong Clan. But Gong Clan brought an immortal Gu house this time. They are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us. The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally. None of them moved. Gong Clan was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Gong Clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong Clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huangjin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu worked together but lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Princess Impatience, was a member of Gong Clan. Gong Clan spread the news that only Princess Impatience could match old ancestors Shui Hu in the righteous path. Thus, their arrogance soared. Gong Er stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while, no one moved. There was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals greet Senior Gong Er. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong Er. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile. They had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong Er's expression relaxed. He felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Bai Zhu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Bai Zhu tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline. It was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court Blessed Land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path's super forces were almost all Huangjin tribes. In order to enter, Bai Zhu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang. They even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Bai Zhu tribe. Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number, with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Bai Zhu tribe, these Bai Zhu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Bai Zhu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huangjin bloodline. They had occupied Northern Plains for a long time. Even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Bai Zhu tribe. It is a pity that Bai Zhu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. They cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in Northern Plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Bai Zhu tribe. Boom! The immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack, crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere, there were deep pits everywhere. It was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning, he shouted. The lanterns here are all mine, who dares to snatch them from me? Old Lu and the rest turned around, they looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu, his battle strength has risen sharply, let's retreat. Right. There are treasures everywhere, why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortals. They quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly. It was stepped on by a pig. A demonic path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back. He was fat and muscular. He wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. He had a smug expression. Damn it! A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me? Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language. Its voice was crisp and clear. Zhuozhan. Fairy Shiruo, it's you! Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed. He smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shiruo, rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse, Shiruo suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded. Of course, of course. Fairy, Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request, he. On the other side, the wind was like green willow trees, it was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky, he said excitedly. To think that there's a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan. Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material, you should go somewhere else. A figure appeared, it was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuihan's pupil shrunk, he said coldly. So it is you, Free Scholar. Free Scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuihan. Last time in Taichio, we did not have a clear victor, let's spar this time. Pai Shuihan actually challenged him. Free Scholar's smile faded a little. I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move, I want to see it. All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a unique structure. It is famous for raising desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall. It is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. Humph, a bunch of mobs. He tribe's Gu immortals have not even appeared. They have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky. He had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xianzi sensed something. He raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed. It was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11:13. Even though Qing Xianzi only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation. He could not resist it at all. Nian Er Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous path Gu immortals changed. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xianzi died with a grievance. His eyes were still wide open. Nian Er Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you, Nian Er Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Er Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu immortal situation was better than Qing Xianzi. He quickly retreated. But Nian Er Pingji still caught up to him, and killed him. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan suddenly smiled, looking at the sky. Nian Er Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Er tribe? Bam! Smoke burst out, a fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled, he looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone. I am ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True inheritance, he was restrained by my first Supreme Elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshan and the rest expressions changed again, they transmitted secretly. Nian Er Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Er tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. Nian Er Sword Saint was a legend, he once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the sword Saint True inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this sword Saint True inheritance has 3 rounds split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the sword Saint True inheritance. They will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true Sword Son. The righteous path Gu immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance sword master. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 sword son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been? He had actually killed another demonic path Gu immortal. Nian Er Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Er Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Er Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Ugh! He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight again! Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures. Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Er Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant, they don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu immortal corpse, even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. TSK. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Yen Er Pingji fought with rank 7 old monster corpse poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu immortal corpses that Yen Er Pingji killed. Kill! Kill! This is mine, don't even think about taking it. Mengji is here, who dares to fight? The scene became more chaotic, because after Yen Er Pingji took action, the Righteous Path Gu immortals also moved into Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, there was a huge commotion everywhere. All sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was Peacock flying immortal hero. So many Iron Crown Eagles! Hey Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land truly lives up to its name. Hero thought. If I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had a huge area. The precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky. Anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hirua, the Iron Crown Eagles were extremely attractive. Because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hirua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua was vigilant, she quickly retreated after attracting the Iron Crown Eagles. She was alone, she could not defeat so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood. Murong Qingxi landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang, people called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Qingxi. He was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Qingxi looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him, she only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Qingxi smiled. I won't hide it from young Master Yun. Although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Qingxi finished, he continued. Affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Qingxi shook her head. No need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Qingxi, the two left in satisfaction. Righteous Path Gu immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the Righteous Path. Although Northern Plains Gu immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the Righteous Path Gu immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although Righteous Path Gu immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason. Super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shui-han had also been decided. Although Pai Shui-han had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shui-han snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike righteous path forces who had Gu immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals and Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu Immortals did not make a move. They were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The Immortals are fighting over it. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act?" Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He Tribe's Gu Immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Air was puzzled. Although the Bai Zhu clan was part of the righteous Tao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huangjin clan. At this moment, Bai Zhu Tribe's Gu Immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected. Many people could not understand them. Chapter 11:14. The fourth. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiroa captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu Immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He Tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock Flying Immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He Tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in northern plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles? Hiroa sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by Hiroa were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He Tribe's Gu Immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? Hiroa was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. Hiro's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Ergu. Heh, looks like he is going to suffer. New Ergu came from New Air tribe. The latter also had Huangjin bloodline, a super force. New Ergu had a large stomach and head. His body was not symmetrical. His eyes were protruding out. His limbs were thin like twigs. His skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. He was on par with the demonic path's Free Scholar and Pai Shui-han. New Ergu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Ergu was shocked. He did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Ergu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Ergu quickly activated his tribe's signature immortal killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Ergu look like a pregnant woman. New Ergu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom! With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom, boom, boom! There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. Nu Ergu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding iron crown eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. Nu Ergu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. Nu Ergu, why are you in such a sorry state? Nu Ergu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Nu Ergu snorted coldly. Don't be sarcastic, Guan Cho! He had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guan Cho sneered. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. You! Nu Ergu was enraged. He glared at Guan Cho, his eyes spewing fire. Guan Cho sneered and looked at him fearlessly. Nu Ergu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert. He cultivated sound path. And Guan Cho was not weaker than him, he cultivated transformation path. These two were Gu immortals from Nu Er clan and Guan clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert. Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hirua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. Nu Ergu is here, and Guan Cho is also targeting these iron crown eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hirua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change. The flames of war raged in the sky. Battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the Blessed Land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated. They were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives. They concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the eagle group. The eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of Hay tribe for many years. They had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of Nu Ergu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because Nu Ergu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around. Seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted. There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. Hay tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group. I agree with that. Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds. Human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong-Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives. Their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong-Air's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting, were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, a large number of immortal goo were obtained by Northern Plains goo immortals. After Qin Baixing's auction, the goo immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many goo immortals' methods had changed. Their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were goo immortals who acted the same way as Gong Air. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone goo immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal goo was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The goo immortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The goo immortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current goo immortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully, and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits. The information gathering was for the future. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe goo immortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Air could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the goo immortals around him, "Iron Eagle blessed land is getting worse. There are over 1,000 holes. But right now, none of He tribe's goo immortals are here. There is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades guard against He tribe's schemes. Our Gong tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it." Yes. The 2 Gong tribe goo immortals acknowledged the order. The 3 Baizu clan goo immortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong tribe's goo immortal style was like this. They were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's goo immortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point, there is no movement at all. Don't tell me, the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He tribe goo immortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed. With his status, he should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time, we have set up 3 lines of defense. The Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals down. Hero turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless goo immortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight. There were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. Hero's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. "I'm poisoned!" Realizing this, Hero quickly used her goo worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain. Suddenly, they could not muster up any strength. They fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hero with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hero's heart shook. She felt a bone-chilling cold. He, little girl, come over here." Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hero. Hero had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. "I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hero felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. "You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me!" Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hero suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Pingji's body was tattered. One of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left. His face was covered in purple qi. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, "Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An iron crown eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated. The iron crown eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Fu. Nian Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Fu's help from afar. This Nian Fu was a Space Path Gu Immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu Immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person, before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world would know that Nian tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other Superforces Gu Immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu Immortal like this. But Nian tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huangjin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu Immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Fu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that Hay tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Fu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This person was a rank 7 Wind Path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, his identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Fengzi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Erfu saw Hui Fengzi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Erfu looked at Nian Erpingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of iron crown eagles decreased. Gu immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good. It is actually the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu immortal Shurho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Fengzi, he dared to steal my things. Mengji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Fengzi, who was flying far away. Hui Fengzi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or ore veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. But now, they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger, unwillingness, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on He tribe's Gu immortals. They could not even breathe. Enough! A He tribe Gu immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body. He looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land. We cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death, or fight bravely? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Tai Xing. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression. He called out to this He tribe Gu immortal who was scolding the immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Tai Xing's gaze was imposing. He stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder. The immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, He tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. He Tai Xing heard this and his body shook. He breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented. I think Lord He Tai Xing is right. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from He tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more He tribe Gu immortals walked out. He Tai Xing felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. You! The second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The first Supreme Elder remained silent. He Tai Xing suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go! Let us face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. He Tai Xing walked with his head held high. He turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 He tribe Gu immortals were silent. They had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged 100 years. Hay Tribe's first line of defense was broken. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured. None were left. The Gu Immortals flew into the sky. They saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles! Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started to attack. The Gu Immortals gasped. Many of them had surprised expressions. They gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right, I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before. How could they be so troublesome? The life force of these Dragon Hawks is stronger, and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The Immortals were reminded of this. They recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world that Hay Tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising Dragon Eagles. They had created a brand new desolate eagle. It looked like a Dragon Eagle, but it was not. These are not Dragon Eagles, they are Resonance Eagles. These eagles were not created by Hay Tribe, they are the blood and sweat of my Qiao tribe. A Gu Immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked. It was Qiao Dong. This immortal was also a righteous path Gu Immortal. He was Qiao tribe's first Supreme Elder. Qiao tribe was Hay Tribe's vassal. A long time ago, Qiao tribe wanted to leave Hay Tribe, but Hay Qing stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Qiao tribe and Hay Tribe were in conflict. There was an inside story. The Immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was very normal. Moreover, this Qiao Dong could become an immortal because of Hay Tribe's support. Now that Hay Tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Most of the Righteous Path Gu Immortals and Huang Jin Tribe's Supreme Elders looked at Qiao Dong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Qiao Dong was Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal, Lu Zhuanshan. It was obvious that Qiao Dong had sided with Lu Tribe. Lu Tribe and Hay Tribe had a bad relationship. Qiao Tribe was Hay Tribe's vassal. But now that Hay Tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Qiao Dong to side with Lu Tribe. Traitor, die! Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye. A shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Qiao Dong. At that moment, Qiao Dong could not move, he could only shout. Elder Lu, save me! Lu Zhuanshan appeared in front of Qiao Dong. His body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. Hey Taixing, with me here, you cannot touch Qiao Dong. Lu Zhuanshan looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu Immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that Hay Tribe's Gu Immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu Immortal Hay Taixing at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu Immortals stood in front of the Immortals. Hay Taixing looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshan. He smiled coldly and asked, Is that so? Lu Zhuanshan was shocked. He turned around to look. Qiao Dong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear. He had no life force, he was dead. Immortal killer move! Life absorption eerie darkness! Lu Zhuanshan first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and Hay Taixing were old rivals, they had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily. He had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen Hay Taixing use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Zhuanshan understood this old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die. He wanted to kill as many as he could. After Hay Taixing killed Qiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him soared. He Taixing was a veteran, he used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the resonance eagles formed into groups. They were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu immortals occupied one area, they attacked and defended. With the Gu immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge. Moreover, He tribe was weak, their only immortal Gu house dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City rampage. The situation had already been decided. He tribe's Gu immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you!" Pai Shui-han was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand, and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Taixing. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shui-han's signature killer move, River Flow!" A He tribe rank 6 Gu immortal shouted. He Taixing chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shui-han as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shui-han would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Taixing's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The white frost river was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shui-han gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Eben Xing's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu immortals and entered Iron Eagle blessed land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot. Now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Taixing's head. But He Taixing did not move. He did not even turn around, he waved his sleeves behind him. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, he had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood, he burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. "A mere rat wants to fly!" He Taixing scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Taixing had shocking battle strength, he was much stronger than Pai Shui-han and the rest. And the immortals could tell that this person was determined to die, he had surging battle intent, he charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the immortals come to Iron Eagle blessed land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu immortals made way for He Taixing, they went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together, they had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He tribe's Gu immortals had the terrain advantage, they had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were determined to die, they were defending their homeland, they had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals wanted to get rich, they did not want to fight to the death, they were restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Taixing saw that no one was attacking him, he took the initiative to attack. "Meng Ji die!" He Taixing shouted angrily, he pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal. "Humph, why would I fear you?" Meng Ji was courageous, he retaliated. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought, the sky exploded, air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous. But He Taixing was no longer courageous, he was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Meng Ji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Meng Ji could not take it anymore, he retreated. He Taixing was about to chase when he heard He tribe's Gu immortals calling for help, he went to help them. "Guan Chou, take this!" He Taixing pounced, dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guancho was a transformation path Gu immortal, he turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Taixing. At the next moment, Guancho's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Taixing pounced again. Guancho let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. Coward! He Taixing snorted coldly, he could not catch up. Looking around, He Taixing's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan. Lu Zhuanshan was very alert. He saw He Taixing coming, he immediately retreated. He Taixing chased after him. Lu Zhuanshan led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered, he left immediately. Lu Zhuanshan led He Taixing to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered, a three-way battle ensued. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Zhuanshan and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Taixing continued to fight everywhere, he was unstoppable. In the sky, He tribe's first Supreme Elder sighed. Taixing, this child. He knew that He Taixing had a forbidden move, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Taixing made many Gu immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, He tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight. Fight to the death. They fought until the very last soldier, until only He Taixing was left. He was bathed in blood, he stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him, he laughed heartily. Good, come and take my life! The immortals looked at each other, no one attacked. Lu Zhuanshan had a complex expression, he knew that He Taixing was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended, there was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack. He Taixing grinned. Then let me! Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. Charge. The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad He Taixing. Strong He Taixing. Once He Taixing died, the immortals had no more obstacles, they charged towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies. Without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder, and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point, they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky, they imitated He Taixing and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. 4 supreme elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shehan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests, he obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air. A 13th eagle nest appeared. It attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. "This is mine!" Chudu actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. "Ah, domination immortal!" The immortals were moved, they stopped moving. Chudu was stronger than He Taixing. Lu tribe was a superforce, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baixing could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state. And Chudu seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chudu successfully intimidated the immortals. He was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over. His voice was like thunder. "Chudu, you dare to move?" Chudu smiled coldly. "Why not?" Boom! Both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chudu's punch. "Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans. In your current state, you are not my match." Chudu stood proudly, looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. "A disorderly mob," Chudu commented. He attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, smashing towards Chudu's forehead. "Mortal thatched hut!" A Gu immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dong Fang tribe's immortal Gu house. "Scram!" Chudu raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom! With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp! Everyone took in a deep breath. Chudu successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The 4 great supreme elders were in despair. "Wait!" Just as Chudu was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The immortals were shaken. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the Battle of He Tribe, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared, they could only hear his voice, but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement? They would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's voice. "He Tribe's battle has ended. The survivors of He Tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Bai Zhu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Bai Zhu." He Tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter. The situation of Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. "No need to leave. I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone," Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said. He Tribe's surviving Gu immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. "We are willing to celebrate Bai Zhu tribe. We congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord." The righteous path Gu immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. "Humph!" Chudu snorted coldly. It was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 11-17. "Haha, domination immortal, I am going too." Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huan had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chudu and Feng Zi were daring. They did not give Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu any face. The immortals had many thoughts, but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either. He watched as the two left. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, "Lord, Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi. But that you do took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has Hey Fan's true inheritance." The immortals heard this and became restless. They conversed in secret. Hey Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of Hey Tribe's history. He had led Hey Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack Hey Tribe? "No matter, I already know." Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again. He had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled. He wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, "Lord, Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time." At this time, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. The Immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 Immortals were none other than Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals. During the entire Hey Tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines. They were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate. In an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it. It was not recorded in history. They realized, Baizu Tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu, the other Gu Immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu Immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of Hey Tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu Immortals ignored him. Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out. But these 3 Immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong Tribe now. He had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it! This time, I was defeated by the prince's impatience. Humph, his surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong Tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu Immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jianyu had once joined Hey Tribe, but on the surface, she was Hey Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court blessed land and controlling 88-point Jinyang Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong Tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu immortals, Yulan and Li Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestors Shui Hu forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat, Gong tribe's Gu immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestors Shui Hu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestors Shui Hu. If the two sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But how could a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong Heir was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter, and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong tribe could only suffer this loss. Who asked Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to only target Princess Impatience? Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8. Strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Bai Zhu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Bai Zhu tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these 2, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He tribe, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong tribe Gu immortals led by Gong Heir were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Heir took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nian Air tribe. This superforce only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Ping Ji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Ping Ji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the 2 sides was too deep. Ming tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yilui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later they left. This was giving Bai Zhu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Bai Zhu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a lone cultivator, the lone immortals and some demonic path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened, He tribe's Gu immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off. They were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves, After this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World had changed. He tribe's Gu Immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu Immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. It was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first Supreme Elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He tribe Gu Immortals. He was the only one left. His face was pale. He dragged his injured body to send off the guests. He coughed out blood from time to time. He was in a pathetic state. He had lost all his face. He tribe's first Supreme Elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chu Du. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chu Du escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first Supreme Elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu Immortal, He tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the Immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The Immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu Immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains Immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The Immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chu Du does not care about it. I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first Supreme Elder heard this, and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 Supreme Elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him the secret? Realizing this, He tribe's first Supreme Elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me. Oh? What sin did you commit? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first Supreme Elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first Supreme Elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Fan Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Fan Yuan. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Fan Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Fan Yuan. The fact that Fan Yuan was the culprit of the Imperial Court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu Immortals also knew that Fan Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Fan Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous four-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's four supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended, but they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's four supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu continued, "Forget about Fan Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Bai Zhu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you four supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals, think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders." He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. "Heavenly Lord is magnanimous. You do not mind our subordinates' incompetence. We are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness. You are truly like a second parent." Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had great methods. He wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He tribe's four great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us. Their status has plummeted. It is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down. They will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first supreme elder of He tribe has such an attitude. It is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up. I can spare his life. It is a pity that Fan Yuan did not appear, otherwise if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paid a huge price. Thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Bai Zhu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also Heifan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Heifan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully, this time, He tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other. They will not find trouble with my Bai Zhu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Bai Zhu tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11-18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall. There was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape. It covered a huge range of 100,000 li. It was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling. It was the giant dream realm. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral Soul was schemed against by Providence. Fan Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the Dream Realm, being continuously expended by the Dream Realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the Battle of Etian Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant Dream Realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant Dream Realm together. This Dream Realm was too important, none of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the Dream Realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted, his body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal Gu flew around, and mortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely, they had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them. I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant Dream Realm. Even without this Dream Realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind. They were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. Hee, that makes sense. But my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion. In terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi-Chu Yu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the Dream Realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. XINCI greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang XINCI bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang XINCI, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days, you have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. XINC's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance. Shang XINCI sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the Black and White Demon's arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fang Jing, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang XINCI was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang XINCI became the clan leader of Shang clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qingqing said solemnly, "Xinci, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important." "Yes, I will listen to your teachings." "This black demon Fangjing that you know, his real name is Guyue Fangyuan. He has a huge origin, it is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now, not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him." Shang Qingqing said in a low tone. Shang Xinci's mouth was wide open, she was dumbfounded. At once she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal, and even Lady Shang Qingqing was so wary of him? "Don't doubt your ears, why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan, tell me everything now." Shang Qingqing asked. "Ah, yes. Shang Xinci finally regained her senses, she recalled. "I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person, he helped me out of trouble." As Shang Xinci recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang Xinci finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan. "Lady Qingqing, I think there is a mistake?" "Fangjing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world?" He. Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile. "If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards you have to cut all ties with him, you have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader, you can leave now." Shang Xinci had no choice but to leave. "You are letting her go just like that?" After Shang Xinci left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qingqing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Tanmo. Shang Qingqing smiled. "What else can I do?" Shang Tanmo said with a serious expression. "We cannot believe her words, we need to soul search her and find out what happened." Shang Qingqing smiled even more brightly. "Look at this." Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale, it was like a tree trunk, there were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tanmo saw this and was slightly stunned. "I forgot, you have this immortal killer move, it is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fan Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal, he did not set up any traps," Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanmo nodded. "Then I am assured. But how do we explain to those people outside?" Shang Qingqing smiled coldly. "Them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they use Fan Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths." Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light, he raised his head and looked far away, his gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. "Maybe, our Shang clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long, others think that we are not good at fighting." The situation was constantly changing. In Northern Plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, Baizu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, The giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern plains, northern icy plain. Fan Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered, "The third earthly calamity has finally arrived." Heaven and earth rumbled endlessly. There were no clouds or mist. The sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly. In front of Fan Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path life Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokidahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of Spring Oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.